Hello, Sofa Squad, and welcome back to the sofa. The sofa's not back there, but it is there in spirit. My name is Paul if you're new to the channel. If you're not new to the channel, well, welcome back, and I'm still Paul. Now today, what we're going to be doing is, this is a compilation of the recent 5 videos that I did for the Sarah Boone interrogation/interview, whatever you want to call it. The ones that I did were revisiting it through the lens of like what we know now type thing, so I kind of recorded them throughout the trial and did them as I could and put them out. So if you follow my channel, if you watch all my stuff, then you would have seen these before. So just know that these are just absolutely just condensed down and whatnot to be just one long thing. So if you are at work and you're wanting to hear it or whatever, then go for it. Some people like that really long version of them and whatnot, so we're going to do that. But also what we're going to be doing with this video is this is going to be a fundraiser video for an organization that has helped lots of victims and continues to, and that's the National Center for Victims of Crime. Now I'll put their stuff up on the screen and you can obviously learn more about them down in the description below. But you'll see here where it says about the National Center. Our mission, the mission of the National Center for Victims of Crime, is to forge a national commitment to help victims. We're dedicating to serving individuals, families, and communities harmed by crime. Our vision. We envision a society that prioritizes the safety and healing of communities, responds to the needs of all individuals harmed by crime, promotes victims' rights, and engages in advocacy for systems change to reduce crime and its impact on victims and their families. So they do a whole bunch of things. It's a really good organization. So I wanted to do something here for this. One of the things that really stuck out to me about this case is, what George lived through. One of the things that was very prevalent to me in watching this was the way that he and his narrative was spun in such a way by Sarah to make it out to be that he was the only one doing anything wrong. As we watched the trial and got towards the end and more of the evidence came out of the way that she treated him and the things she was doing to him, it just shocked me that, number one, she even took this to trial, right? I was just like, I can't believe this. But how much she portrayed herself as a victim in every circumstance, and not just George and anything, but especially with George. Now again, as we saw the state say and whatnot, yes, this was a tumultuous relationship. Things went back and forth. I'm not trying to deny that. But to the extent that Sarah tried to make it out to be, I just don't think that that was the truth, right? I think that George was probably just as much, if not more, of a victim in many of the circumstances that she portrayed him to be the only perpetrator. So that being said, I thought this would be a good chance to do a little fundraiser. I'll kick it off, and that's it. So if you want to contribute to it, awesome, great. If you don't, please, no pressure, okay? But it's down in the description if you want to learn more about it. Now, like I said, what we're going to do is we're just going to let those things play from here on out. So if you need a hug after this, drop it in the comments. We'll send you some virtually, okay? We might need all trauma bond after a 5-hour, whatever this video ends up being, episode of Sarah Boone, okay? But that being said, thank you for all who have followed me throughout the case. Obviously, we'll still be continuing to follow it. There's going to be more stuff to come after sentencing and whatnot. I'm sure we will still hear more from Sarah. So without further ado, let's review.
Green chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. And I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Protocol. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Yeah. Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
Okay, stop right there. A couple of things. First of all, what we're watching is Sarah coming in. Now, what we have learned so far is that she is claiming that these detectives basically tricked her and said, to get your phone back, you have to come down here because the female detective we see here is pregnant. She doesn't feel like coming down. And when Sarah gets there, they're like, oh no, it's upstairs. We want to talk to you. So she goes up there. Now remember, she's also saying, oh, one of the detectives is wearing a firearm. And the crux of this whole thing, the center of it that we've been watching, is Sarah trying to get the basically this suppressed, right? Because they didn't read her last Miranda right. Okay, now at this time we know that was overturned. I'm recording this on October 6th, okay? So it's like a day before the trial. So we know that was overturned, so they're going to use this video, right? One thing here to keep in mind, with Sarah trying to say that she was coerced or forced, whatever, and that, you know, oh, this was, you know, their policy and this and that and the other. Sarah is the one who said the word protocol. If you heard that, she said normal protocol. The detective did not acknowledge that word. She did not say anything. She said, just like yesterday. So I am seeing nothing in this beginning of the video of Sarah, number one, being forced, number two, of them saying this is normal policy, you have to do this, blah blah blah. She did say, since we're going to talk to you about the same thing, we have to do that, which is legitimate, right? She's going back over the case. Now also notice where Sarah's talking about, like, they're making me do this, they're making me do that, blah 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 blah. Sarah walks in, immediately pulls out list out, I want to talk about these if we get the chance. Sure. So she has a list of prepared questions. Now, whether she is trying to claim, oh, they tricked me, they did this, they did that, you know, so I'm going to basically like, oh, I wasn't going to go down there, but since I had to go down there, I made this list up. Regardless, there is no kind of vibe going on at this point that Sarah doesn't want to be there, that she doesn't want to talk, any of those things. Okay, so knowing that, let's keep going.
All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
So there you go, just right there. There is no level of, I mean, she's casually taking her sip of water, whatever she's drinking. I mean, I hope it's water. But again, there's nothing going on. Look at the body language of the male officer. He's leaned back. The female detective's leaned back. Now remember, we just saw her recently on the stand. For many of us, this is the first time we've seen her since then. Number one, she's drop dead gorgeous. Number two, in this video, she coughs the entire time, so just brace yourself, okay? She's pregnant. She probably is legitimately not feeling well. I mean, imagine you're pregnant and you're interviewing Sarah Boone. Enough said, okay? Let's keep going.
So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So, like, basically you're getting hit, and then, you know, you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a hand on him.
Okay, now a couple of things here. Let's just start at the end. Okay, when she's listing all this stuff off, first of all, Sarah's in here. She feigns this confusion. We've seen her do this on the stand now, right? Where she was like, what was that last question, the Miranda question? I'm confused. Was I supposed to have heard that? I certainly would have answered if I'd heard it. And now where she's in here, now the only thing she says with the back scratches, she's like, I know what those are. I mean, we know what she's going to say if you've been following this, but she'll explain herself in a minute. Pure cringe. Just right out of the blue. I didn't lay a hand on her. It's just like, she has a problem with telling on herself, okay? It's the same thing where Sarah's allegedly saying that she called this female detective the night before on her private cell phone talking about, I feel like you're tricking me and trying to set me up or whatever. What? Why would you do that, okay? And same thing here. Why are you blurting that out? Yes, you can kind of put two and two together. The officers are naming all these injuries. But again, if you didn't cause them, you would probably be like, how did they get those? Okay, how would you get that? Like, what do you think happened? Not like, I didn't do it. You see where I'm going with this? So let's keep going.
Okay.
Also, too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. Okay. So
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay, because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent, like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, you know, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
I'm sorry, y'all. Again, watching this again, I cannot with this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so she explains the scratches for antics. And then, first of all, like, oh, he's notorious for running into things. Poor George, right? I'm just like, oh my God. And then for her to end that, okay, in all honesty, we hadn't gotten into it. Now, but again, remember, she's going for the battered wife syndrome, battered spouse, whichever you call it. So again, look at this through the lens of this, okay? Where she is trying to get out of this by claiming this. And here you go. We hadn't gotten into it. We hadn't gotten into it. Remember, he's showing all these injuries, and the detective's like, this didn't happen a week ago. We're not talking about your son's bike. We're not talking about this, that, the other. We're not talking about he bumps into the damn hall tree, okay? We're not talking about some frisky business in the bedroom. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's what is said, it's what's not is said. It's what's blurted out, it's what's not is blurted out. That's where the truth is.
That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over at the house, too, so...
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my understanding, he was there, like, last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday...
Okay, so here's the thing. Number one, when she says, now pay attention to this, I was going to ask you guys about that. Now, to me, Sarah, she did not say this. This is an insinuation. This is an assumption on my part. I could be totally wrong. Sarah makes it out like it was one of the questions on that list. And as a matter of fact, did anyone ever get access to the list of questions? Is this public information at this point? I would love to know them. So I was going to ask you about that. Everything else, I don't know. And nonetheless, my son was there. Now, the detective has already said, this didn't happen a week ago. This was like, you know, this was leading up to the night of. When was he last there? Immediately no. Now again, at this point in time, travel back 5 years, they can't just sit here and say that, right? Remember, at this point, the detectives know what is on her phone. In my opinion, they are just trying to get, whether it's a confession or as much evidence as they can against her, because they already have these charges. Like, when you see this video, I mean, you're done, right?
But yes, he was there last week, so...
Well, we're talking about Sunday. Yeah. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then into Monday.
Thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play.
I'm sorry. Again, let's look at it through the lens of battered spouse. I'm thoroughly confused. We were having a good time. We decided to go paint and play and hide and seek and this and that and the other. And then the date's like Sunday, you called us at this time. Now remember, according to Sarah, especially now, we just recently saw her on the stand, I was still intoxicated or hungover or whatever she says during like that day after or whatever. You know, she probably got crocked that night, right? The night that she was free still before this. So she's probably still coming in. Regardless, if she is drying out and sobering out, it's going to take a long time to do that. So I have no doubt that her world is very foggy, right? And there probably is a legitimate level of confusion. But also, she's trying to keep out of jail for the rest of her life, right? So again, like anyone would, you would want to paint yourself in the best possible light. You're going to try and do anything or say anything you can. But because the alcohol filter is working against her. There's things that obviously she did that she's unaware of, that she forgot about, and then just things that are blurry. So her sitting here going into this whole thing. Now again, I'm chuckling because when she's like, we had a good time. We're leading up to the infamous line, it was a good day, okay? Oh, help me, Lord. Let's keep going.
And listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
considered
not
force
touched him.
trauma.
Okay, this whole thing, she's going, no, we didn't get out of sorts. We didn't do this. Again, remember, and who knows by the time this is published, this video, who knows if we've seen her on the stand or whatever. But from what we've already seen pre-trial, all they got to do is play this in court, right? And it's going to be crazy. She's literally talking herself out of this exact defense she's trying to go with. And I've said this multiple times, but I'll say it again here. You know, I don't want to be confused in the fact of be mistaken or however you want to say it. There are cases where somebody might truly be at odds with or suffering from a scenario like she's claiming the battered spouse, battered wife, whatever, you know, where they are covering for the abuser because it can only make things worse than this, that, and the other. So I don't want to be misinterpreted as I take anything like this just like, oh, well, why didn't you do this? Or why are you saying this? Because there are legitimate cases. We've seen other situations like this, other trials, documentaries, whatnot, where the person will cover for them because they know, oh, it gives me goosebumps. Oh my God, he's going to get back out and he's going to come home and that's it. I'm done. So I have to lie to these detectives. I have to lie to the hospital staff. So this is not the case, in my opinion, with Sarah. If anything, if her victim George was still alive, I would sit here and say he would be the one who could easily claim battered spouse syndrome. I'm also 100% aware that there was a back and forth between the two of them. Absolutely. It was a toxic relationship. No one's trying to say it was a walk in the park for both of them, right? But as you hear these injuries the detective is describing and you couple it with the video, I personally think when she got him in that suitcase, she probably was hitting him with stuff, throwing him down the stairs, flipping him over, doing all sorts of things. And this is where these bruising came from. She probably went off. She clearly was absolutely just done with him, right? I mean, she's like, you know, in a blackout state, cussing at, you know, all this crazy stuff. So I just want to say that. Let's keep going.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
Then how would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know.
I'm sorry. This part. Tell me and we'll both know. You have to give Sarah this, okay? She is fast with this stuff. Tell me and we'll both know. You know, I haven't touched him. And the detective, how did he get the marks? Tell me and we'll both know. Again, very defensive. So imagine her in an argument at home over anything. I have no doubt she could talk her way around you and drive you crazy, right? And we're going to hear this from her husband, or I'm sorry, her ex-husband, Brian, the father of her child, who sounds like he's going to be testifying that, yeah, she's the aggressor. She does A, B, and C. Let's keep going.
I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. I cannot. The things that she blurts out, okay? We had a good day. It was a good day. Now again, look at this whole little thing we just looked at through the filter of battered spouse syndrome. Also think about, you know, one thing I'm thinking of is the show, this is the most recent scenario like this that I can think of, is the show Worst what was it? Worst ex ever, or something like that. And there was a lady on there who, well, several ladies. Like the first episode of the guy or whatever was about a guy who many of his exes got on there. Now, unfortunately, this would lead up to people dying and whatnot. Well, one of his victims slash ex-girlfriend was basically talking like, you know, he ended up making her, you know, stay at their place or whatever. I'm trying not to say the kid word, but forcing her to stay somewhere where she was not wanting to be. And she's talking about like, finally he was like, okay, we're going to go to the store. And when they got there, she bolted from the car, had to run to the grocery store because there was nowhere she couldn't feel safe in there. Gets to help, gets to the hospital, and she's still lying to the cops and the hospital staff being like, oh, I don't want to say what's wrong. Man had shaved her head. They showed video of this and you can tell how petrified, like, you know, something's wrong, but she's still trying to cover up because in her post interview, she was lucky enough to live. She's saying, I knew he would just get right back out and he would come back and literally take my life. So it's those kind of instances that I think of that something like this is really going on. And then you fast forward to someone like Sarah, who's sitting here just very casual. She's not showing any signs of trauma. She's not showing any signs of distress. It was a good day. We did this, we did that, we did this, and her victim has all these insane bruises on him. Not to mention the fact that the man was dead in a suitcase, okay? It make sense.
Had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you
Maybe.
got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? Yeah, you said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Now, did you hear her on that? I can't believe y'all didn't take that either. Gaslighting them, like, what kind of detectives are you? Now, here's the thing with this. You know, I was just in here thinking this, and I'm like, okay, hold on, I got so many thoughts going through my head right now. So imagine back to other scenarios we've seen, other situations where the perpetrator, the abuser, is downplaying stuff. This is exactly what she sounds like. It's been good recently. That's why I'm so confused. What are you talking about? I don't know how they got those bruises. I don't know how this happens. Literally, it's like verbatim. Here's the tricky thing with stuff like this. So often in these cases, and let's just be honest, I'm not trying to be a certain way or whatever, most of the time we see this, it is the male who is the aggressor on the female, right? And so when you see scenarios, and again, I'm not trying to sit here and discount the fact that there was bad stuff going between both of them. Okay, 100%, I get that. But it throws people for a loop when it's a female who is the aggressor upon the male. You know, and that gets into an entire conversation of social norms and expectations and this and that, but we're not doing all that. It's just, in this world, it's more typically the male who is doing the abuse or whatever. So when you sit here and if you were to just, almost like imagine if they did a transcript of this and you didn't know it was a female speaking, you just knew it was like, here's this person describing, who would you say, you know, describe this or whatever. Like you would be like, oh, this is probably like the boyfriend. And he's like trying to explain like why, you know, the girlfriend was like had these injuries. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very interesting if you just remove all that type of stuff and just listen to the words she's saying. I'm like, oh, we've heard this story 100 times. It just typically comes from men excusing away why the wife is, you know, battered. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, it's crazy. And again, these little gaslighty things that she does with the detectives, trying to explain away everything. And we've only seen it get worse, right? I mean, she's trying to sit here and say they lied and all this crazy stuff. Now, let's keep going.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So...
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So...
I don't know if you talked to Brian about that. Now remember, this is her ex, who's allegedly going to get up there and testify that, you know, she would come at him and whatnot. Now, here's the thing where Sarah's like, he comes at me, he comes at me, he comes at me. Okay, this could be the case, but like, this is how I envision this playing out. And again, this is what I think happens. I think if they're both working, they get home, they start drinking. If it's Saturday, they wake up, they start drinking. And basically, everything just ensues from there. If you've been around alcoholics, if you've been around scenarios like this, you know, like, it can be not just alcoholics, whatever. Anyone who's inebriated on something like this, like, there's an issue with it. It's a roller coaster. You can be going here and then all of a sudden you blink wrong and it goes over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think went on between the two of them. So with Sarah acting like, I could just wake up Saturday morning and be painting and singing Sound of Music songs, and then he would just randomly come at me. I'm like, are we sure, Sarah? We weren't saying things to instigate, to push his buttons, to do this. With alcohol involved, there you go. Now, also the detective, well, what's good to you, Sarah? Yeah, we're going to hear his version of like, well, what's a good day look like? I'd hate to see a bad day. Right? Again, the one-liners from everybody involved in this is just outstanding.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so...
Give or take.
Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
This part right here. Yeah. For her hair movements, you know, remember with people like Sarah, whether they're narcissist, sociopath, I don't know what the proper diagnosis is. I'm not qualified to give it, okay? But whatever she's got going on. Somebody said this recently, and I don't remember where it was. It was in the comment section or some video, whatever. But they were like, basically trying to say like narcissists and gaslighters are giving you mini confessions. And so listen to them through the lens of these are miniature confessions on their part. Listen to her right now. He gets belligerently drunk and comes after me. So I'm viewing this as like, she gets belligerently drunk and comes after him. I think she's the type drinker who the second alcohol touches her lips, instantly changes personalities. She goes immediately, and I'm talking like a red wine, just sloppy, messy, nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of a drunk, right? That vibe is what I see her being, and just going down there. Now, the whole thing about, have you looked at my phone? I can't with that, okay? Because you know the detective was like, oh yeah, honey, we looked at the phone.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it, from him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's...
I mean, y'all, this part, I cannot wait to see her in court over this part because of how much you're going to see on the phone, you're going to see this and that. This is what tells me she has no idea that she recorded this. And it also answers this question because if you followed me following this case, one of the things that I've been like, I'm like, why does she record? Which I'm not complaining because this helps to bring justice forth. Why does she record all of this incriminating stuff, right? And I think literally in her skewed mind, like when she recorded that suitcase thing, she was documenting what she perceives as abuse against her. You see what I'm saying? Or maybe to go back and just look at it later. You know, I don't know, but it's like the fact that she's sitting here like, well, I've been documenting this stuff. I'm like, so that's what she's doing. That's why she loves that record button. But my God, has it not just worked against her in this video?
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. Mm-hmm. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times.
This part right here absolutely disgusts me because here's the thing. His family is going to hear, I mean, they've already seen this probably, right? But they're going to see it in court, you know, whatnot. Look at how instantly she turns on the fake tears. You know, everybody asked me that. You know, and then immediately turns it around to what she did for him. And this is the most bizarre part. And again, if you look at this, if you were to remove the visuals, remove the inflection that we know it's a female talking, and listen, like if you remove gender from the conversation, all this kind of stuff, and just listen to it. Again, it is like your classic abuser types of, I've done this for them. I did all this. I brought them up. You can only imagine what this man went through on a daily basis. The nagging, the gaslighting, the picking at him. Sure, maybe he got jealous because she talked to other dudes or whatever. Again, I don't want to discount that it takes 2 to tango sometimes, right? Because there is documented evidence that there is things going back and forth. Even the state, I mean, they've said this, we've heard this. They know this is a tumultuous relationship. No one's trying to say it wasn't. No one's trying to say it was a walk in the park. But Sarah would have you think that it was, and that she was suffering at his hands. And so then to hear her trying to talk about what all she's done for him and and it's like you want to sit here and say, the man was bruised and battered and dead in a suitcase in your home, and you didn't call 911 till what time in the afternoon? Insane, because you're sitting there drunk and passed out and probably trying to figure out what you were going to do. Once you realized he was dead and got up and was like, what's this suit? I can already see it now. What's this suitcase doing here? Oh my God, you know, and trying to figure it out. And again, it's like, okay, now his family has to sit here and listen to this. You've seen, especially if you are, number one, are living through it. Number 2, have family members or friends, whatever, that are in a relationship that is so toxic and bad, but yet they're like there's like a level of codependency. It's like, this to me is what this is. I can only imagine his family's gonna get on the stand and just be like, we tried to get him to leave her. We begged him, but for whatever reason he wouldn't, right? Also, another level of abuse that can go on in these scenarios where you keep hearing her talk about the probation officer and this and that. She probably held his freedom over his head. And when things would go wrong, she would be like, I'm gonna call your probation officer. I'm gonna do this, and probably made stuff up and whatnot. We've seen other evidence, body cam footage and whatnot, of cops talking to her after these incidences where they're calling her out in the moment of like, you're just adding stuff. You didn't say this earlier and now you're saying this. She's done it on the stand as of recently pre-trial, where she's getting up there now saying, oh, well, I was still inebriated. You never said that before. You can't come up here and say that now. This changes the dynamic. You know, we're going to impeach you. This is her MO.
I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him, and he was trying.
I had hope in him. She talks about him like he's the runt of the litter, the bird that couldn't make it out of the nest. You know, listener, I did this and I did that and I did this. 100% she was she was abusing him in that way. I don't know what you call that, like, but when a partner does that or whatever, like holds that kind of stuff over their head, 100%. The lies that she's getting ready to go into about how much this probation officer loved her and all this, I'd love to see if the probation officer is going to get on the stand. You know, I'd love to see if they did that. What we'll do, depending on what's taking place in the trial when this is playing, this video you're watching right now, is we'll go live and talk about it, because as I'm doing this, I'm like, who knows if this would have played by then, you know what I'm saying? And again, this is probably going to be like several different segments that I'm doing of this, but it's so fascinating to go back and look over this now, knowing what we know. Okay, let's keep going.
He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else, where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink.
First of all, when she said I'd go for a bike ride, my first thing was like, can you imagine seeing her riding a damn bike? She'd be like this. She'd have a cigarette. Cigarette from here and a little wine cup, and riding with the handlebars through the damn neighborhood. Y'all, the neighbors are gonna get up here Completely abolish this. Remember, little confessions. What is she sitting here saying? I didn't want to drink. He would get overwhelmed and start drinking, and I'd have to go read a book. Okay, so she would get overwhelmed and start drinking. He would probably try to leave her alone, or they would both be drinking, whatever the case was. Now again, also rewind a little bit, look through the lens of battered spouse syndrome. What is she sitting here saying? She's going along with it. You know, I did all this, I did this, Again, it's almost like she is taking ownership of him, which to me is an abusive mindset. You know, she sounds like she owns him as a person. I had faith in him to be this. It does not sound like a regular relationship. And I hate sitting here being like, use the words normal or regular, because I don't think there's any such thing as that, right? We each have our own thing we're doing. But in this spectrum of things where it's like, if we can just put on the one side of normal is not killing your partner in a suitcase, that's the norm. That's the only norm we're asking for. Then yeah, this is abnormal.
The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears.
She can do 50 things at once and whatnot. Again, you're hearing it. Look at what we've seen her. Can you imagine her maintaining an entire household and all this while being drunk nonstop? Now, you heard her little confession there. The weekends when you have a good time, you don't have to get up the next day. Her version of a good time is vastly different than a regular person's. And again, I know I'm using the word regular, but for people who have, so here's the thing, I don't even have a kid, right? And I look at how much stuff, I'm in my late 40s, okay? I look at how much stuff I have to get done and whatnot, and in my world, I'm like, I don't have time to, there is no time to be hungover on the weekends, right? Like, I don't have time to do that. And when I was younger, sure, absolutely. 100% every weekend, thank you, Monday through Sunday. You know what I'm saying? But like at this point, son, again, we're all different. We all have different journeys and whatnot. I'm not trying to say it's better than or whatever, but I'm just listening to what she's saying, and I'm just like, girl, I don't know what you're trying to sit here and claim, but the evidence doesn't show this, is what I'm getting at. You know, the evidence, the evidence shows you love drinking. And you're hitting that bottle. And again, okay, there's nothing wrong with that if that's your thing. But what is wrong is when you're doing that and then victimizing other people. Imagine what her son went through. You know, this is what I sit here and think of when she talks about, I had to tend to Luke and blah, 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 blah. Imagine, and not even like say a physical thing. Yes, we have seen the pictures of him in the suitcase and it's completely creepy. I do not know why people like Michael Peterson use staircases to kill people multiple times, and people like Sarah have a theme of suitcases. It's just, it's bizarre to me. I don't know how this happens. But I'm thinking of just the regular nuances of she is trying to get ready for work and get kid ready for school and snapping at him because she's hungover. Those type things before you even get into like spankings or any, I don't know if she did that, but I'm just saying. So I think of that. You know, I pray they don't have to put the child on the stand. Can you imagine? Imagine how traumatic that is for him going through this and seeing his mother. He's going to get older, like old enough to know, you know what I'm saying? And see this whole scenario that his mother has gone through and put the family through. His dad's going to have to get on the stand and be like, yeah, she was coming after me. You know, it's just, these are the peripheral victims of these type of humans. Obviously, George being at the center of it, okay? But it's heartbreaking.
So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job.
I cannot. The train of thought also is very much of an inebriated person or like a hungover person. Now, again, look at how she pivots herself to be the victim. This is another thing that, again, it's just literally, one of my biggest takeaways from watching this time is hearing her words come up, how much of the abuser she sounds like, where she sounds like the abuser. I'm the victim. I didn't want to drink. Then you see every video of her when she was like, I go outside. If you saw that one, I don't know what channel it was, I can't remember, but somebody put a video out of one of the body cam footages, not from this, where the whole time she kept being like, and then I went outside barefoot. And you're just like, why does she keep revisiting the barefoot thing outside? Why is this a thing? Girl, you live in Florida, okay? Like, I can't describe to you how many people just go in flip-flops or barefoot around their house. It's like 300 degrees down there all the time, okay? Depending on what part she's in, obviously. But this is what I'm talking about. It's so bizarre.
And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill.
Mm-hmm.
And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries.
Imagine the type of girlfriend, wife, partner, whatever you want to call them, Sarah would be being involved with ex-baby mama, stepchildren, other children, that kind of thing. Imagine the drama she would put you through. You can already hear it reading between the lines. She was all over him. Give me money. Give me this. Give me money. Give me this. How am I supposed to do that without a job? You know, he had this job and the manager was terrible and He would help out with a bill here or a bill there. Now, from what I've heard, and again, this is sofa speculation, is that his life was more, how would you say, put together or happy before Sarah, okay? I would venture to put money on Brian, the ex, the baby daddy, the father, whatever you want to call him, the father of her son, their son, whatever, Sarah. I bet you anything you get up there and be like, my life is wonderful now. You know, it's great. You know, she's gone. Not under my roof. Obviously, he's always tied to her because this is the mother of his child. Now, also, I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm looking at her arm in this frame here. And look at her now, or I'm sorry, then compared to now, it's so clear. Whatever was going on with her then, drinking problem, whatever, she's sobered up in jail. And she's plumper now. She looks, I mean, I know we make fun of the haircut, all that type of stuff, but take all that out. She looks healthier now. She looks like a skeleton in this photo. And she looks to me like an active alcoholic in these photos. It's just this discrepancy that she's trying to sell of everything's rosy here in this interview, but you can see where it's like, okay, well, no, it wasn't. Like, you were in active addiction. Now you've maybe gotten over that. I don't know. But your body shows now, at least, you're healthier, you're eating, you're not living off of alcohol.
So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk.
Okay, y'all, first of all, notice how, and again, this is that stream of consciousness that you often see with somebody who's on a substance or just spewing stuff out, whatever. We immediately transferred, and that's why I got the puzzles and the paint, you know, because we didn't want, or he didn't want to drink, or however she just worded it, she slipped, because we didn't want to. Again, she's putting all the alcoholism onto him. I can only imagine that it was a daily conversation of, like, we're going to get clean today. We're going to kick today. You know, and then the games would start and she would get belligerent or whatever. You're trying to sit here and tell me from her, I'm like, girl, you're trying to tell me you didn't throw stuff around that apartment, break your TV or do this and that? Really? Really? And again, it's sending me into orbit how much she is referring to the pictures that they're going to see. Literally sending me into orbit, okay? I cannot get over that. But again, let's take a moment and look through the lens of battered spouse syndrome. This is absolutely zero. The fact that she's trying to even say that. Remember, at this point, she's gone through, what, 8, 9? She's in her 9th law or whatever. How many of them left? Imagine being her attorney. And again, I don't know anything about how law works and whatnot. So I'm just coming from the perspective of watching this on the sofa with y'all. Imagine being her attorney and you've seen this, just this right here. Not even the video of the suitcase, just this, what we're watching. And she's talking about, my defense is going to be a battered wife syndrome and you're going to make that work. And you'd be like, girl, have you seen the video? Absolutely not. And her next thing probably is, we're going to get it suppressed. They misled me with Miranda rights. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. And there you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can almost assure you that's probably a conversation that went down with several of them.
Well, most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking, like, a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time. I
can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk.
Okay, very quickly. Remember, she just got on the stand pre-trial talking about, I was still inebriated, I was still basically under the influence, whatever. Here you go, right in this clip, the detective. Yeah, but yesterday you were making it sound like you just had a couple of glasses of wine and you just did this. We were not drunk. I can't get drunk. I can't do this. Now she's up here doing this. This is what I'm talking about. When I say she is going to get on the stand, whether it's happened this go round or not by the time you're watching this, and she is going to impeach herself because she just gets up and tries to say anything she can. No, this is 100%. If we were Sarah in this situation, 150% you would want this thrown out. Okay, period, right? You would be doing anything in your life to get this video thrown out. It is so damaging. The fact that she's even going to trial with this existing is insane, okay? Now, also, side note, as I'm watching the female detective here, remember, we've seen her recently in the pretrial hearing where she just had this very, again, drop dead gorgeous, just the quintessential 70s, 80s supermodel pout. You know what I mean? Yes, she has a little bit of attitude. I get that. I feel like now, because you can't really see her face in the video we're watching, but I feel like she was probably staring at Sarah with that, like, just this whole time of like, okay. Yeah, but yesterday you said this, because again, she's seen the video that they're about to show her on the phone, right, of what she did, and it literally blows everything she's saying out of the water. So they know they're sitting there being lied to. They're just trying to figure out, does she know she's lying, or does she literally, like, where are we at with this?
I don't like being non-compos mentis, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and...
No.
It got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Okay. Again, my mouth is on the ground, y'all, okay? With what we know now and the defense that she's trying to go for. I mean, she is digging her hole. No, I didn't get this. No, we weren't drunk. No. And I'm like, the fact that she would get up there and now try and stand back on this, acting like she is being coerced into saying this. All they have to do is give her a little prompt and she goes off on a 20-minute tangent, right? A person who doesn't want to talk, we've seen these coerced confessions and what those look like, and where the detectives are like, now tell us, Sarah, you can walk out of that door, but tell us first, did you get a bottle of wine? Did you? You know what I'm saying? They didn't even have to do that. Literally, they just had to be like, what's your name? Bam! 3 hours later, they can get a word. You know what I mean? God knows. Let's keep going.
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that, too, on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know. I can get, like, maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have?
Okay, he likes dancing with the dogs. It was happy. I have to have my wits about me. Again, just very quickly before we go to the next thing, no signs of, oh my God, I was scared for my life. She has done the opposite of making it sound like everything was wonderful. Now, she does sit here and paint everything if you look at it in 2 ways. So with her constantly saying, I can't drink, I have to have my wits about me, he goes off, he does this, he'll do that. These are signs that would give me a red flag in a normal situation of like, okay, okay, but she's minimizing her involvement in it. So when she was like, we didn't want to drink, he didn't want to drink. Again, if you look at other scenarios that we've looked at with scenarios like this, where people are truly like trying to survive in some kind of situation, the tone is different. The vibe is different. There's not this willingness to it. Can you imagine being truly in a situation like this and then actively, like you're scared for your life, instigating, let's have a glass of wine. It'll be a good day. You probably wouldn't want your person to get crocked for fear of, oh my God. Now she's making it out like he would just willingly do this. But again, I believe the evidence and testimony will show it was a 2-way street on that.
The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left
over.
over.
Yeah, about this much.
And then that you had I don't even know how the wine. How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix?
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because the next thing I know he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of.
Okay, so this whole thing, I would love to know if the convenience store person will get up there on the stand, or people at Publix who could be like, oh yeah, she was coming in there twice a day. Because again, notice how in the beginning, the minimization of this that she does with her part. Oh no, no, there was like this much wine in there. You can also tell, like, okay, if you talk to people who are consciously aware of a substance, drugs, food, alcohol, exercise, whatever that is that's being done in compulsion, there is more of an awareness of it, right? So a normal person that might have had, like, say they never drank but they did this or whatever, it would be like, I don't know, yeah, we had a couple of bottles, I think, whatever you found there, whatever. Whereas Sarah's like, oh no, there was like this much, there was the, whatever. Honey, I can assure you around Sarah, an open bottle of wine is an empty bottle of wine. Okay.
So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him, because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So.
Okay, now on this part right here of the, you know, oh, it's going to catch up with you. It's going to catch up with you. Again, I just think these are little confessions that she makes here. And again, I think they probably both did this. Now, if you're going to sit here and look through the lens of, does she drive him to drink? I mean, who knows, right? I mean, we're going to find out on the stand a lot of this information, okay? And just the way it really went down. You know, so her sitting here, again, minimizing this. I don't want to get drunk. I don't want to do this. And then immediately notice how she goes into what I just call, and again, this is not some kind of professional like saying or whatever, it's just what I call it, like verbal throwing up. Like she just jumps from one thought to the next and runs with it. And I think this is a nervous thing. And well, I don't like listen to the music that he listens to, and and it's like, well, girl, we were just talking about the drinking, and now we're onto the music, and it's rough around the edges, and you don't like it, and again. Everything she's saying, she's painting herself to be the victim of something. I don't like his music. His music is rough around the edges. He gets too belligerent. He does this. And 100%, just from what we've seen, and even when they play the video, you can tell where it's like, are we sure we don't also do that, Sarah? And again, through the lens of her defense that she's been trying to go for, I don't see how this is humanly possible.
I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because, I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers.
Okay, remember how earlier when she was like, that's why we got the painting, the puzzle, so he wouldn't drink, or whatever she said. And now we're sitting here listening to this. So what the narrative, this is what I believe the story in her mind is that she's trying to tell them, we weren't drinking, we weren't drunk, we were doing all these kindergarten activities to be sober and barely drink. Now, also in her world, like, pretend that they really only had 2 glasses of wine or whatever, because if you think about like 2 people sharing a bottle of wine, that's not really that much. And I'm talking a regular bottle of wine, not like a damn jug. You know what I'm saying? Off the bottom shelf at Publix or whatever. You know, I'm talking about a regular bottle of wine. That's not really that much, especially for people who like normally drink on a regular basis. So I think that's what she's trying to paint out here, the fictitious story she's trying to paint. This is when she's going to go into all of these absurd activities that they were doing, you know, which again, for a normal person, like imagine this. And when I say absurd, I'm not trying to say it's absurd to do a cross. I mean, I have puzzles set up at the house too, right? These are normal things, but the way she's painting the picture, I can't believe I just said that. Not the one that she's talking about, you know, the picture she's trying to paint, okay? Good Lord. She's got me talking in code now. The picture she's trying to paint is that they were going from activity to activity to activity to activity. I'm like, whoa, this is weird. And again, once we learn where it's like, and just hear the first few seconds of her own video talking how inebriated she is, it's like, oh girl, y'all, no, y'all weren't painting. Okay, no such thing was probably happening this day, okay?
While we're doing painting and all that other stuff, so it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise, where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep, but he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool, and he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out, or upcoming.
Okay. So on your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was...
But you said it was a good day, like you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship, you guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting...
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because...
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters. Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about like
what's going on right now?
Okay, the way the detective is trying to throw her, and not even throw her a life raft, but like this is like the feeler that's like the detective's either like she's completely lying or she has no clue about this. Okay, this is the part that I'm like, what? And look at the way Sarah's like, no, again, it was a good day. We did this. No conversation about the relationship. No, we're going to get through this. Now, this is what gave me chills, is when Sarah was like, you know, it made me so happy that he like listened to me. And I'm like, yeah, because he was zipped up in the effing suitcase begging to be let out. Okay, it's called a captive audience, right? That obviously led to his demise. This is what's so scary. And again, when we sit here, and if you've been following this, you already know what's on that video, what she says about the relationship. The fact that she's sitting here telling the detective this is insane. Okay, again, because I think Sarah doesn't know that it's on video at all. Also, imagine the jury sitting here hearing this and then hearing the facts come out. Oh, I would love to see the faces on the jury. I know they can't do that, obviously, but just my pettiness. I would love to see the look on the jury's face while they do this.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you, like I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
I mean, y'all, this is the way she paints herself as the savior. Listen to this too, again, through the lens of battered wife or whatever. You know, tell me, I'll figure it out. I'll do this for you. Put the burden on me. But. You know, this is not the same kind of stuff you hear from these scenarios, and I get every situation of abuse is different. Okay, 100%. I absolutely will be shocked if the jury comes back and says she's not guilty because of that defense. Not at all. And I do not believe that she did this in this way. She's making herself sound like Oprah Winfrey up in here, having some kind of moment. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, come on, George, let's talk about these feelings. Get it all out. We're going to work through it together. No, absolutely not. This is not the vibe that was going on.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room, and then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself.
Okay, two things in this. Number one, that last comment. No one knew him better than he did. I knew him better than himself. Again, look at the way she talks about him like he's a pet. That's the word I've been looking for. She talks about him like he was a pet. Okay, and again, if you remove everything from this to where you don't know who's speaking, this is so like something you would expect out of an insane, like, abusive male in a relationship, right? It's literally what it sounds like. The continual going on about a good day, that is so not, again, I don't mean to use it, this is very abnormal sounding. People don't go out of their way to talk about a good day unless there's mostly really, really bad ones. And then you have to sit here and say, well, why is it so bad? She already said earlier, he helps out with some bills. A bill here or there, I believe is her exact words. So he's not financially, you're not financially beholden to him. According to Sarah, it sounds like she's probably paying the way. So again, who would be more at odds with having to stay if that was the truth, right? This is what I'm talking about, where these little things come through. She talks so much, she tells on herself, which again is why she's sitting here talking about, oh, I was forced, or I didn't know this, or I didn't know that. Girl, you're on video. I mean, you can't shut up.
And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night.
I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him. I didn't even sleep. Again, all of these. I'm the victim. I am the martyr. I did this, and now it's an I didn't even sleep. No, absolutely not. Again, I feel bad for his family having to listen to this in court.
I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
trying to...
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah. We just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries. And
did you hear the detective? Yeah. She knows. Listen, I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him. What are you talking about? The reason you're here is because of what you did to him or didn't do, let him out of the suitcase. The whole thing here. And again, but also look at how much she is taking ownership of. She took care of him. She cared for him. She was the caregiver. So now if you flip that over, she wants to be there. This is absolutely the opposite of what you usually hear in these kind of cases with the defense that she's trying to claim. Absolutely the opposite. It actually pisses me off sitting here listening to it again.
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
There you go. Nobody touched anybody. I have no idea how he got them. So at minimum, and again, I don't know the particulars of the law and whatnot. She's up for second degree. Imagine if there's a scenario of like, and I don't know what you call it, involuntary manslaughter. I don't know what you call it, of you were, but see, I would also, I'm kind of going through my mind now and I'm like, well, I would almost look at it like if you see these cases where people DUI and when they come to, they realize they've been told you killed somebody with your car. You see what I'm saying? It's almost like that. But the mode is the suitcase. And it's like you come to and it's like, yeah, you killed your partner and they were dying and you laughed at them and mocked them and let them suffocate. Like it's almost like that. So it's like whether it's, and I don't know what you call that, but it's almost like at minimum some kind of involuntary manslaughter, you know, where it's like, okay, you don't know, but she's going on and on about how she wasn't drunk. But then when you watch the video or listen to the video that was on her phone, it's clear she's absolutely inebriated.
You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end.
Okay.
But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is the part where the detective, you hear, so you mentioned photos and this and that. She's working Sarah up to it. And again, look at Sarah, takes it and runs over here and just spewing, just nonstop talking. This is not someone that you see being forced into something. This is not someone who's begrudgingly giving you information. This is someone who's over-explaining. This is someone who's giving too much detail. This is usually somebody with a guilty conscience.
Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will.
Probation officer called her for 45 minutes going on. I would almost venture to say that Sarah called the probation officer drunk and probably sat on the phone for 45 minutes, if any of that's true. This is the grandiose thing that she also presents. And again, just that one clip right there, I'm like, okay, and so remind me again how your battered spouse here, like, just remind me of that again. Listen to all the witnesses that she's bringing into it that could get up there. I know some of them she wants to bring, but this is also interesting because in her skewed world, she literally views herself as the victim of him. That's what's so baffling to me.
So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Batterers Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it, and would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class. And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you, because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
Just that last part. He changed. He changed. Okay. So, again, the battered wife thing. Now, the one thing that she is seeing here, well, he went and saw these classes and did this and saw these videos and apologized to me and whatnot for, I did her wrong. I did her wrong. Again, are we to believe that she never did anything to him, never laid a hand on him, because that's what she's trying to present? And it's like, that's the difference here, Sarah. You're not a victim of him. It's like you're a victim of not even the circumstance. So it's like she's a victim of her own self, right? Of her own, like, mouth running and not stopping, But that's one of the huge discrepancies here is this verbiage that she's using. I just envision when she's saying this, number one, again, he comes home with the paperwork. She's treating him like a little pet. Like, oh, good, we're going to put a star in the fridge. And then whatever it is, I just hear her berating him constantly. Like, oh, well, maybe now you'll learn not to do this. Maybe now you won't do this. And she probably had him held prisoner in some way by holding his freedom over his head. Because as we know, it would be very easy for her as the female to call up any time the police and bring them to the house. He did this, he did that. Okay, contact with cops. You're getting carted off. You're done.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Even when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors don't tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop.
I can't, y'all. Number one, everybody tells me that. She immediately then changes and goes from weeping and crying. But the property manager, the neighbors, all these people are probably going to get up there and testify to a nightmare of a human being that she is. So when the jury's able to see that she's an absolute pathological liar, and you heard the cop walking her down this, but because she's so convinced she's the victim, she probably truly believes that in her world, right? She's that far gone in her own little world that she actually believes that. I mean, come on, right? So that's the dynamic here that I'm just like, oh, whoa. We're about to get into the video, okay, of that whole dynamic of them introducing the video and kind of being like, oh, okay, Sarah, you've talked about it. This whole interview. You've been begging us to look at the thing. Well, guess what, girl? We looked at it. Can you imagine the look on the faces of the forensic team that got the phone first and then went to these people, these two detectives talking about, yeah.
And you have to understand, too, I have, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would kick him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it. Like the car would jostle. He was throwing all his stuff.
This whole time, Sarah's sitting here, look at my phone, you're going to see the thing that I'm the victim, basically. And it's like, girl, the evidence that we found on the phone don't really show that. Okay. Now, also, I will bring this up again. She talks about George like he is her or was her pet. He's this burden, he's this, he's that. I said in the first part, and I'll say it again at the beginning of this, number one, I don't want to be misconstrued or anything like that for me to sit here and sound like, all situations of this kind of stuff are the same, and you can't believe her in this and that. Absolutely not. These are very nuanced, intricate situations. So when the female detective, brings up the fact of, or the male, whoever said it, when she's like, I did the restraint, I got him arrested so many times, and but you bailed him out the next day. Okay, Oftentimes we will see in a truly abusive relationship that something like this is going on, where the victim will go get the person out, right? Oftentimes they don't have a choice, okay? Because if you know, you know, right? They could be in a scenario where they know, it gives me goosebumps. They know the person's going to get out and it's gonna be worse for them. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I want to make sure that I'm not being like misinterpreted as saying like, this is just a generic, oh, you can't believe somebody who's saying this, because you can, but, and there is a but, okay? In this situation, I do not view it as that at all. I do not think she was in fear for her life whatsoever at all. I think she's making this up. Also, since we're at the start of this video, I will say, yes, I'm totally aware. This, across the board, was a toxic relationship. Nobody's denying this at all. It took two to tango on many of these scenarios that we've seen. And I'm not trying to say that in a negative connotation against George. It is what it is. The state has addressed this. They have made this very clear of, look, we know this wasn't a walk in the park. We're not trying to say it was, right? But what we are saying is it's not as Sarah's trying to present it. And that's what I'm saying too. So just understand that I like to get out of the way, because I don't want anyone to ever sit here and think, well, gosh, why is he saying that they were this? You know, George lost his life. I'm completely aware of that. But I'm also aware that there was definitely things going on. I probably would venture to say maybe Sarah was often the instigator of them, but I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm just going based on what I can see and some of the testimony that we're hearing come out in the stand, as well as, you know, in interviews and whatnot. So that being said, let's go on to the next clip.
At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is,
I'm sorry, I had to pause right there. Okay, so this is my theory, and I think we'll find this out in the stand. You heard her just say when they were like, but if you come over here, it's permanent. You're not going back over there. You know, remember, we'll hear her say here in a little bit how much his family hated her. We'll also have heard her say, I was terrified of his family. You know that his family probably could not stand Sarah, okay? And that 100% they were probably like, George, if you come over here, you're not going back over there. You're getting away from this woman, from this relationship. Y'all do not work well together at all. It is drama. Stay away. Do you think Sarah was going to have that? No, she wasn't. Let's keep going.
Pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over, because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's going to do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But what does he say? Every waking moment he wants to be with me.
Please, every waking moment he wants to be with her. I'm sorry. The dogs are looking at me. Okay, I was not there, thank God, right? Okay, I wasn't there. I don't know these people. I don't know them. I don't know the relationship. Okay, but what I do know is what we've seen of Sarah so far. And the whole part that makes me think she's lying is when she goes, oh, what did she say? She like paused for a second to make it up. Again, I'm no body language expert. Go on over to that channel. You know, we all watch it. They'll be able to dissect it. But when she said, it's like she was pausing to make it up. He said he wanted to spend every waking second with me. I'm so sure. Now, maybe he did. Maybe that was part of their toxicity. Maybe they were glued together. But also notice when she was talking about that one part where she was like, he would get off work, no, this is when they were separated, and poke his head over the wall because I'd be out there. And she was like, and then he'd do it again. I'd be like, oh, he's getting off work. I know he's going to do it again. I couldn't ever get a break from him. I'm thinking this. Then why not go, you know he's going to come at that time, then don't go out there. This is the simplicity that she's not realizing these little things as she's sitting here telling on herself. And I'm sure the detectives are like, what? But overall, Remember, why are you going on this tangent? Okay, this is the thing with Sarah. She just goes on and on and on and on about this stuff. And it's just like, oh my God, we just asked you what time it was. And 30 minutes later, we're getting history into why you wore, you know, a blue dress on the first day of school in 3rd grade, okay? It's like, we didn't ask for all this.
So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? I don't. You kind of like lost me. Like when? What are you?
It was a
about?
while like.
I love this detective. Okay. Hope so. I believe her name is. Literally, it's like we're on this. Even though I've seen this multiple times, it's like we're the same wavelength. Because when Sarah's doing all that, literally my thought is like, okay, wait, hold on. I got, what are we talking about? And I just love that she's like, is this recent? Like, you just kind of lost me here. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Where Sarah, I'm just like, what are you talking about? And again, what she's talking about is she's just making stuff up because she's nervous. This is my opinion, right? Even though she's sitting here turning plea deals down, you know, taking all the way to trial, this to me is a nervous person reaction of going on and on. Now, also remember, this is active addiction Sarah that we're seeing, okay? You look at her when she shows her arms like this and you can see the loss of muscle mass compared to her now. She looks much healthier. She looks, I'm not saying this in a negative way, but plumper, right? Like she is actually getting nourishment. And so in this video, like when I see my heart honestly aches when she moves her arms and I see what they look like and I'm like, oh my God, this is a very unwell human being, right? And my heart does ache in that way to see that. And so this is an active addiction and that it's sad on that level because you're seeing this just spin itself out of control. However, even though it is that is not a blanket thing of, oh, well, and a person in active addiction, of course they're gonna kill somebody. 100% not, right? So many people from different walks of life have different issues and whatnot, but they don't do things like this. You know what I'm saying? And they don't dig their heels into the sand after they've done it, and honestly, in my opinion, spit on the victim's grave for 5 years after, okay? I understand any normal human being is going to try and get the best situation possible. I get it, right? That's just, you know, what do you call it? Self-preservation or whatever. However, it's a hard pill to swallow when you're watching this kind of thing and you know what's at the center of the case, which is George.
A little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff.
Now, here's one thought I had, and again, I don't know any of this, but it might come out in the stand, might have already come out now that, you know, the trial's going on and whatnot. When she's talking about his ex-wife and all this type of stuff, imagine this. And again, I get they both had issues, both Sarah and George, whatever. But imagine this scenario. Would you, I'll just pose this to you. Knowing what we know now, even prior to the suitcase situation, would you want your child to be under the roof with these two? You know what I'm saying? Not trying to say anything bad, whatever, but the scenario that's going on with what we can see that was probably taking place with the drinking, the fighting, the argument, doesn't matter who it's coming from, right? Because at the end of the day, when a kid's involved, and both parties doing whatever, we're not concerned about like, well, they started this. It's going on, okay? And if there's a choice to not have the child there, I personally am like, yeah, I don't blame her. Now, I don't know her reasonings. Maybe she is doing what Sarah said, right? This could be true. I don't know. But just when Sarah's talking about this, I'm like, girl, like, I wouldn't want my kid over there either. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, if we're going to get into all this type of stuff, but also, I view Sarah's things as little confessions. Now, I don't know the time. So when I'm recording this, Brian has not gotten on the stand, and who I'm referring to is her ex-husband, Sarah's ex-husband, the father of her child. If he gets up on that stand talking about Sarah is withholding the child from him and using the child as leverage at times, wouldn't surprise me. Again, if you look at people like Sarah through the filter of they give you little confessions by what they say about other people, it's a whole new perspective.
It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this has not like been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday?
Absolutely love this. I absolutely love this. Okay. What does she have? Why are we talking about her? Right? Again, it's a diversion tactic or whatever you call it, like when you're trying to change the subject or whatever. But again, I mean, this is 100% what's going on. It's just like with Sarah, it's like, how do we end up here? I fear when she gets on the stand, okay? If you've been here so far or not, whatever, if you followed the case or followed it with us, the Nancy Brophy trial, if you didn't, when you're super bored and maybe you're like, I'm kind of having like a mental bad health week and I want to punish myself, go watch her on the stand, okay? You will feel better about so many things in life. She goes on and on and on. Oh my gosh, it was terrible. But she told on herself essentially. And I just think that that's what Sarah's going to do. She's doing it in the interview. She's doing it this whole time for 5 years. This is what she's done. Can you imagine her in the cell every evening after she's gone and done in court? Oh my gosh.
No, I'm just saying, like, previously,
okay,
why the incidents, what happened is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of jobs and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
No, it was just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then
you just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside so we could
About what time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
Okay, this is very interesting to watch this because remember, as she's sitting here talking, it's Sarah, and she's just all over the place right now, right? She's falling all over herself, in my opinion. And they're trying to like hone her in. We're getting back on track to what happened Sunday night. What time did you do this? It makes me roll my eyes every time she says hide and seek. The hide and seek thing to me was a couple of things. Either so I'm going to go off on a tangent here. I think a couple of things could happen. She either told him to hide, like, we're going to hide you in the suitcase because the cops are coming. You know, probably is very normal, as we've seen with body cam footage, for them to get crocked and the cops to be called. And so remember the one video that came out? I can't remember where it was, but it was like he was hiding in the bathtub. So this tells you there's something up with that, because you have to question, how does she get him in the suitcase? So there's some reason. So she could have been like, okay, a couple of things there. Remember how the neighbors are talking about, we heard this like thud and this arguing around this certain time. What if Sarah was upstairs. Was like, I'm going to call the cops. You need to get in the suitcase. She gets him in there, and then the abuse starts. She throws him down the stairs, and then like where we see her, you know, in the video talking to him or whatever. But also, she's telling the officers, oh, we had this conversation, and we did this, and we did that. You know, we played games, we played hide and seek, bah, 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 bah. Well, then when you see the video, and she's like, this is for all the time she did that. You know, he's like, Sarah, this is for when you did this. You know, that whole thing. What I think went on is just an hours long drunken argument that ended up in her getting him in the suitcase and then her throwing the suitcase around, abusing him through the suitcase, and obviously we know, unfortunately, him coming to his untimely death in it. So that part of the story is one that only Sarah will ever know, right? Because obviously her victim George is not here to tell. But I think, in my opinion, it's somewhere in that family. But let me know what you think about that dynamic in the comment section as to how she got him in the suitcase and where that began, upstairs and down, and like what would be the reasoning to get him in there. Because I don't think it was, let's play hide and seek. I don't think it was that at all.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30-ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
you're talking about from hanging out outside and like. Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there and
right.
just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So.
Real quick, think back, whether you drink now or you did whatever, whenever, or if you never drank, I don't know, like make something up. Imagine having to recount like your life depended on it, a drunken evening. Imagine that. This is where she's fighting for her life right here. Okay, I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, girl, you're probably doing better than me, because I'm sorry, I would be like, okay, yeah, you're right, there is a big window missing. I don't know what to tell you. And my guess is anybody's too. Y'all, tell me and we'll both know, as Sarah says.
Let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it, started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit, started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
This part is so cringy to me because I absolutely do not believe it. Okay, I don't want to paint. Just envision what she's talking about. Well, we went back inside, worked on the puzzle for an hour and a half, and then from there, we paint. Oh, God, we did that for a long time. And then, okay, oh my God, can we not paint anymore? Let's play hide and seek. Okay, tag, you're it. It doesn't make any sense. Only through a drunken lens does it. Because I'm sitting here thinking about, I'm like, oh, wait, I can remember some pretty, fun times in my early 20s, some pizza fights, you know what I mean? Like just stupid, drunken, youthful stuff, whatever. So what she's describing, I'm just like, this doesn't, I don't think most of it happened. I mean, probably some of it, but I can imagine her coming over, like putting a few pieces of the puzzle together. She could have gotten up the next morning and done all this stuff to try and come up with an alibi. They could have been sitting there literally just arguing all night long until she got him in there. But her going through it, and notice also the detective counsel, the female detective, her foot just shaking, because again, it's like Sarah's going through all this, and they have this evidence on the computer that's just like, okay, but what about this? And she's not gonna know what to say.
That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, And the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them.
Again, so this part right here, we completely take the conversation and go to her son's clothes. The suitcase is in the back of our closet, which is upstairs. She got him, I believe she got him in the staircase upstairs and threw him down those stairs. That started it off. She's going, the part where she goes, no, no. Now, one thing I keep forgetting to say, when I'm doing all these motions, I'm like copying her as we go, because she's I talk with my hands too, so I can't say anything, but she's so verbal with her hands, and she has these same things. This is her favorite move. We're going to call it the sideways doggy paddle. The sideways doggy paddle is like one of her favorite things to do. That was, you know... Right, we get a little Sarah Boone dance going on up here.
So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but... Obviously, no. I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So...
Okay.
I'm waiting for her to be like, so we got on Realtor.com to find a bigger house where we have more places to play hide and seek. Now, this being said, there is that game show. I don't know if it's a game show, whatever you call them these days. Some kind of show. I don't know if it's on Real TV or YouTube or TikTok, whatever. That professional hide and seek game. Y'all, Sarah might have... This is where society is today. Y'all, if she does ever walk free and that show's still going on, they'll have her on it. They'll have her on it. And she'll probably win.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes.
Okay, y'all brace yourselves. You know where this is going if you've been following this. The cringe is so painful to me right now, y'all. I literally want to crawl underneath the pretend sofa. This is so bad, watching her be like, I think I took a picture of a dog. Oh, you did more than that, honey. You did way more than that. She's just absolutely beating herself up over that.
It's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it because it's password protected?
He'll come and get it to me and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No. But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming, other than...
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and...
The dogs.
and George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm curious about this. We're going to get personal here. So the part where she's talking, the detective's asking Sarah, and you already know if you've watched this or are familiar with the case, where she's walking her through, dotting I's, crossing T's. No one else has access to the phone. And I see where the detective's trying to ask, like, does George have access to your phone? Like, he has his thumbprint on there. He has his password or whatever. Facial recognition, all that. No. And Sarah's like, well, he'll bring it and put it up to my face, but he doesn't have the password to my phone or any of that. This is a part where I'm like, oh, okay. And this is a to each their own. This is not judgmental, but this is just my curiosity. So in a relationship, basically what I'm getting at is, to me, from like my past relationships and a relationship, it's odd to me that he doesn't have access to her phone. Being as intertwined as they sound like they were, you have, each one of them has kids, each one of them has past relationships, this and that, working, adulting, all this kind of stuff. So for me, Matt has access to my phone, right? And this is not in a way of like, well, let me see who you're talking to. This is in a way of like what she's talking about of, oh, you're doing this or that, or Matt, will you respond to mom and say this? Or Matt, oh, will you do this? Or for me, honestly, it's, I can't figure out how to do this. Will you please handle this while I go do this over here? That type of thing. So to me, just, again, it's just me being nosy, I guess. But I'm just like, I just think it's odd that he doesn't have access to her phone. You know, because I'm just like, again, it's the control thing for me. Where at the end of the day, she's like, oh no, he doesn't have the password of this. Now, obviously, you can just come up and put her face up to it, right? I get that. But again, it's just one more of those little nuances with the relationship that I'm like, I would be curious to know if she had his password.
Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Y'all. You know, the battery dying there, I cannot with that, y'all. First of all, you know, she always gets these lucky breaks, right? Because you know she's quickly going over her mind. You know she absolutely ruined her pants when they put that video on. And she had to be like, what? Like, oh my God. Like, immediately thinking like, it would be a punch in your stomach to see that evidence. An absolute gut punch, okay? Poor George. Sarah, and you heard her. This is mouthful of marbles. Talking about we barely drank this and that, and it was a good day. And then this video, it doesn't get any better than this.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and.
No.
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like.
I don't think you all understand who I am. Where.
Okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything.
Y'all, I cannot. I've always been a straight A student. I'm a wonderful mother, my son. I excel at everything. Girl, I have a feeling Brian's going to get on the stand and tell us differently. But he did it right here with the cops. Like, well, why'd you say it like this? Like, what? You know, where she's just immediately giving him the sass. I don't think you know who I am. Oh, girl, we know. Okay, we know. We're getting ready to find out more, right? It's this whole part here. The cringe is so painful. Okay, y'all, when they're talking about, yeah, it's the weirdest thing, and by 2000, what year is this? 2024, the Hollywood, you know, all the production companies are crashing, all the, we don't know why. Stuff like this is why, okay? You can't recreate this. Like, there's so many layers to it. You cannot recreate, right? This is what I'm just like, oh my God. I immediately glued to the screen, cannot look away.
I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay. No, it was just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. This came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please.
Does you want to know what's on it? Now, okay, notice this too. So this is one of the center things of Sarah that I think we're still seeing. I want to put him in there, and when he says, so you want to put anyone in there? I didn't close it all the way. People like Sarah are very good at immediately taking the information that you say and almost being like, oh God, I can't get out of it. So I'll just say, I didn't close it all the way. You see what I'm saying? So she's in some way telling on herself that some way she did put him in there, but then I opened it with one finger and I didn't mean to go upstairs and go to sleep. 100% she views this as, in my opinion, I don't know her obviously, is this was an accident. She didn't mean to. And when she starts ranting on about unintentional, okay, we get it, right? But just those dynamics there, she doesn't understand. And again, this is how I view this, okay? You go out drinking and driving, you pass out behind the wheel, you veer off, you hit someone head on and kill the family. Well, I didn't mean to fall asleep there. I didn't mean to do that. I certainly didn't mean to kill them. Well, I have no doubt that you didn't mean to kill them, right? Not many people would mean to go do that even if they're drinking and driving, but because of your actions, someone's dead. Now, what's different in this is that Sarah is, even if she's blacked out, she's sitting here listening to George begging to be let out, and she ignores it. She can't seem to grasp that.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
That part right there. Is it long? I don't know how much I can take. Well, how do you think George felt in the suitcase? So these are the parts that and I don't want to say the real Sarah comes out, but it's like one of the personalities, right? And this is the uncaring, unempathetic, cold, this is going to put me out. Everything from her perspective is me. Right? Now, I get we're all human. We all have this, like, I'm the center of the universe kind of thing. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. It's almost like human nature. But then there's this level that's the abnormal version of it, right? Because we're all the center of our own universes, okay? Like, we get that, okay? But Sarah and people like her take it to this next extreme where it's like they're willing to do this next level stuff or whatever because no one else matters. And like in this level right here, the last thing I would want to say is something that just like fell from her lips, okay?
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how to find her.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
Okay, this part right here. So we're getting ready to see the thing, whatever, but I just want to say this real quick. Again, she doubles down. I throw up. I do this. I do this. Feel sorry for me. I'm the martyr. I'm the victim. And now you hear the detective where all niceness is leaving. You know what? It's on your phone. We're giving you a chance to tell us what it is. Now remember, this is like a tactic, right? I mean, yes, they are kind of being truthful in this, like, we're giving you a chance, but this is where she messes up, because it's like, if I was Sarah and I had my wits about me and almost like you know what you know now type thing, this is the point that I would say, I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. 100% I want a lawyer. This was the moment to say, shut it down. Can't talk my way out of this. This is really bad. I want a lawyer. Or you watch the whole video so you know, and then you ask for a lawyer. Now, yes, as we know now, they were going to arrest her no matter what. They were just trying to gather evidence and intel out of her. And she was all the more happy to offer it up.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And this
Fuck
is,
you.
that's you, your voice.
Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I'm sorry, it's not funny. But the thing she goes, that's my name, don't wear it out. Stupid. F you. Now here's the thing. Let's go back to our battered wife syndrome, battered spouse syndrome, whatever, defense. Think about the scenarios, okay, of these situations, abusive victims and whatnot. Do we think someone that is claiming they were absolutely afraid for their life would zip a man up in a suitcase, knowing if he really wanted to, he could get out because you're scared for your life, and then berate him, call him stupid, F you, that's my name, don't wear it out? Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
I don't want to watch it, please. Okay.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had 2 fingers hanging out. And you
I
went to
flipped
bed.
him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
And there's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck you.
So this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way.
Okay, this is the part. Well, not just this is the part, but many parts. Listen to what the detective is saying. Okay, over here, the suitcase is this way. 11 minutes later, it's this way. Now, again, Sarah, in typical fashion of personalities like this, yo, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to say it. I love that they keep playing it in the background and you hear him, Sarah, babe, I can't breathe. This is the gut-wrenching, heartbreaking part. We're listening to someone slowly lose their life. And she is saying, F you, don't wear my name out, blah, 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 blah. You know, and this man is like, this is not good, okay? It gives me goosebumps. This is a horrible way to die, okay? This is awful. The fact that she was so far gone and full of whatever that she was able to go upstairs and ignore that and get probably pleasure out of it is insane to me. Insane. That's not a drunk or an active addict. That's this particular person, what lies beneath. You see what I'm saying? I can't imagine what he was thinking in those moments. Now, and again, I love how the detectives are just literally laying this all out. But again, it goes down into the whole thing of we're going down a sofa speculation. If she threw him down the stairs and he gets injured, and then she's flipping him over. I mean, I personally think she probably got objects and was hitting him. You know, she's, again, for whatever reason, documents this stuff. Thank God she did, right? Once again, look through the lens of battered spouse syndrome. room. You've locked someone up in the suitcase. You're afraid for your life. Think of that show that I talked about, The Worst Ex Ever, where the girl jumps out of the car, she runs in the grocery store, ends up running to a hospital, calling whatever, and it's still trying to cover for the guy because she's afraid he's still going to kill her. She's that afraid of him. Do you think someone who is truly victimized to that level, and Sarah's over here, well, he could get out of the suitcase. I only put 2 fingers. He could stick his fingers through, Then why in heaven's name would you taunt the man who you felt was going to take your life in that moment and stick around to do it and be comfortable enough to have done that and go upstairs and pass out? 0 sense.
Closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now, he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional.
Okay. Here and we begin. Where's my damn cop? Do I have it on here? You already know. I got the unintentional. Okay. Not intentional, but I didn't mean to. Not intentional. That is at the heart of her zero accountability, because she does not think she meant to. And in her world, I can understand where you're thinking, again, I didn't mean to I didn't mean to kill that family and head on. I didn't start off the evening with that. It was just a good time. Okay, I have no doubt that I don't personally think you woke up that morning and said, I'm going to go turn the keys on my car and do a head on drunk. I don't think you did that at all. Sarah, I don't think you put him in that suitcase and said, I'm going to let him suffocate. How would you even know, right? No doubt. But you did. And she doesn't get that. And on top of, but you did, you're taunting him. He's also telling you he can't breathe. He's saying he can't breathe. And you ignore it and go upstairs. But I was drunk. Now that's what she's also saying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We already know they offered her 15 years for manslaughter. She turned it down. At minimum, that's what this could be, right? This is a manslaughter. You didn't mean to do it. You got drunk. You put him in there. You didn't know he was going to whatever. Here's 15 years. You served 5. She doesn't even want to do that. Absurd.
No, you told me you went upstairs because
What?
you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know, what you want me to tell you.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know. This is these little confessions. Personality types like Sarah, and she's probably being very truthful. She looks for, what does this person need to be told? What do I need to say? And she can't. She's at a loss. Anybody would be, right? What they are saying makes, they meaning the detectives, makes total sense. What Sarah's saying doesn't. There was no way for him to get out. Now this could work more into her benefit of, well, I got him locked in there. I was afraid for my life. Okay, well then why'd you go upstairs? Why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you pack your stuff up, leave the house, never come back again? You know, many things, right? It blows my mind. Now you also saw her jump up there. She's a damn video, what do you call it? Not video editor, but a forensic video person all of a sudden. Well, there's the head. Sarah's just right in there. I'm just like, going from, I had no idea this video was on there, to she's like, hold on, I'm going to crack the damn case now. Let me just get in here for a second.
I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well...
Like if I were to tell my
like
partner...
he does. I get called everything but a white woman, so...
Okay.
My intention was not to leave him in there.
Notice the garble that just came out of her mouth. Well, like he does. I get called everything like this. Immediately blaming him for something. turns it right around to blaming him for something. You know, not malicious. Not malicious. They didn't even get to say it, right? She took the words right out of her mouth. Now, well, what does that mean to you? Well, he says this. Again, imagine the attorneys that she went through, that she was saying, I want to use this defense, and they're like, I've seen the video, girl. It ain't gonna fly. It's not going to work.
Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers. And
He'll
it
be up
looks
here any
like
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you
He's
think
not
he's
able to get
joking?
out.
You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we
laughing.
first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to you
No.
recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're
didn't,
the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like, I don't
He's
think,
never been locked in a suitcase. That's
No.
where he couldn't get out. So
it's kind of,
Okay, again, can we please send these detectives something? So, pushing on a suitcase saying, Sarah, Sarah, I can't breathe, that's not panicky. Well, he's done this again, but he's never been locked in a suitcase before. Well, no, y'all. Now, again, you hear her, I didn't mean, like, this whole concept of going upstairs and falling asleep, I was waiting for him to show up. Again, y'all, I'm so excited. If I was in the courtroom right now, y'all, I'd be literally coming up over the table. They need to let me come up in there and at least do some of the opening and ending statements, right? I mean, come on, right? We need this to happen, okay? The part where she says, I was expecting him to come back upstairs. Then why are you now saying you were afraid for your life and had to get, like, this was part of that? That blows that right out of the water. Right out of the water. I am done. Let's keep going.
I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crying
is
wolf,
coming.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking. He is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't. I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
Oh,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No.
I love, but this is, okay, hold on, I just had a brain malfunction. So many things went through my head. Okay, so first of all, you heard her, but you weren't drunk, but you were doing this, but you're doing that. You see how they're catching her up and all of her stuff? They are so quick. Now I'll give Sarah this. She is quick too, okay? She's on it. She's sitting here able to do this, which really surprises me. But you heard the detective like, well, no, we're just trying to show you the video that you now don't want to see because you probably don't want to see the outcome. And Sarah up here, can I just, I feel like y'all are feeding me. Feeding you what, girl? No. Literally, they haven't even done that yet. You've seen, if you follow true crime and whatnot, this might be your first case here, you know, introduction to true crime, I don't know. But if you follow true crime, if you've watched these kind of shows and whatnot, you'll see where we've seen what it looks like when a detective feeds somebody answers and steers them and gets a wrong confession and that kind of thing, right? No. So the fact that she knows to say, oh, I feel like y'all are feeding me this information. No, girl, we're just literally showing you stuff and you won't be quiet. So her whole thing of like, oh, I was scared, I was this. Have we seen a one little ounce of that? No. She has so much to say because she's trying to talk her way out of it. She's scrambling. Anyone would in this situation that was presented with this kind of damning evidence, anyone would literally be like, how do I get out of this?
Just because I went upstairs and just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean that
You told us several times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to
get it.
figure out
We're
what you're
trying to
saying.
figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was... My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to... He'll be up here any minute.
But
But
you
again-
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think, he's asking to come out, he can't
I didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
I didn't do it intentionally. That's literally all she wants to say. Again, you're listening to Sarah's logic, and it's just this circular logic that makes no sense because it doesn't make sense. I believe she wanted to punish him. They were drunk. She wanted to punish him. She wasn't thinking clearly. We get that. Even though she wants them to think right now that she wasn't drunk, she wasn't this and that. Of course, now we know, fast forward years later, she wants to say she was intoxicated. Everything she's trying goes against the original evidence. But she's sitting here, well, I was going upstairs. Well, why'd you do that? Well, I don't know. Now, again, in the beginning of this right here, where the cops basically like the detective, he's like, it's my experience. If somebody doesn't remember doing this, that's intoxicated. Oh, I get where you're coming from. Yeah. You've painted this picture like it was this fun little evening of self-reflection and wine by the fire as we paint and sing and hide and seek. And now this comes out. And again, when we look through the lens of battered wife, battered this, this is not giving that at all. I thought he was going to come upstairs. Well, I didn't think he was going to do this. Well, I thought he was going to get out. All these things, and it's like, but you were afraid for your life, though, right? This is what we understood at this, now that we're understanding. I'm dying to see what the psychologists have to say. Now, depending on when this comes out, they might have already come up and whatnot, and so this, you might be like, well, Paul, they already said that. We'll see, okay? But I am dying to see what they have to say.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And
suitcase.
what was your plan?
Waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't?
No. Okay. But again, this part right here, she is absolutely sinking her ship. Absolutely sinking her ship. Just these couple of minutes that we have watched of this, there is zero way she should even be thinking about trying to do battered her spouse. Now, again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, but this to me is very, very damning contrary evidence to that. And look at how insistent she is. Oh, I was waiting for him to come upstairs. I thought he was going to come up. It's why I left the thing open. So again, look through the lens of now what she's saying. It's like, but if you were so afraid of him, why would you give him a way out and then sit there and berate him and wait for him to come upstairs? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, that didn't cross your mind because it didn't happen.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the whole...
You tell us.
It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was, like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't...
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a
No.
joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you love
I wouldn't do
George.
that to him either.
But yet we have a photograph of her with Lucas in a suitcase. I mean, there you go. Now, also at the beginning of this, it was the drinking. It was the drinking. Now, she might at this point be, that's why she's coming back trying to say, oh, I was drinking. I was still drunk. And that was mostly specific to talking about the interview that she did. Well, how would you still be drunk? Or, you know, hungover, intoxicated, under the influence, whatever you want to call it. The cops are presenting a very normal picture here of questioning. Why would you do this? Why, if it was a joke, if it was this, that's how we are. That's just how we are. That's what we do. Okay, then how did it get here? And of course, I just will say this a million times at this point. When they play this in court, oh, please. Oh, please. No, absolutely not. I hope they played the whole damn thing in court. All, whatever it is, 2 hours and 155 minutes. Every last bit of it in court.
I wouldn't do that to him.
So, I just...
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's not that was not my intention.
Well,
y'all don't have any idea what I've done for him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times told him just fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video, but you won't let us play the rest of it because you don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So I mean,
yeah.
That's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't know what you... This is...
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
Zip somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think... So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to, like...
The video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
I mean, notice when they told her, well, what would you do? She diverts that because that's the obvious question. Well, Sarah, if this isn't bad, what would you do? The cheating thing, again, I've done so much for him. I've done so much for him. And again, if you know me, I hate using the word normal or regular, whatever. I don't know what you would call it, but let's just go ahead and use it. A normal person listening to this, hearing the statements she's making that circle back to what he did, what I did for him, in this given set of circumstances is so abnormal and disturbing. She goes back constantly to the entitledness that she feels for what she's done for him. Like this buys or anything. And then the cops are just kind of calling her out like, okay, that's great, that's fine, that's dandy, but that's contrary to what we're seeing on the video. What's so fascinating about this case is that you're watching a person who has probably lived her, I don't say her whole life, but a good amount of it, mastering the art of manipulation and gaslighting and all these things with her back against the wall. It would be stressful to anybody having these cops come at you in both directions and like, brrr. But when you're trying to keep up with all the BS that Sarah must be trying to keep up with, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. It would send me over the edge.
No. It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car. So, and that's why we want to know.
And I don't remember doing those.
The injuries are not consistent with what you've told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video...
It's not. So she's trying to gaslight him. So y'all are assuming that's what you said happened, and the video kind of shows it. Where are we supposed to go with this? Once again, I'll say it a million times. Looking through the lens of the two things, the batter why, the scenario, all that. How does she even think that's possible? How does she think that's possible? But also when she gets a little bit of footing, and when I mean footing, like when she starts to see something she can get her, grab the rope by. So in this, we all are assuming that that's what I did. It's, again, her best scenario here is, am I under arrest? Do I need a lawyer at this point? That's the questions that should be coming to her mind with feeling this. But she's so focused on proving right and getting out of it. That's the downfall of people like Sarah. Now, oftentimes they might not find themselves in some scenario like this, but they're so convinced, and when I say downfall, like the downfall for themselves, they're so convinced that they can get their way out of a scenario that they don't see reality. They are so fixated on this that they're their own worst enemy. They can't get out of their own way.
Yeah, I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could get out on his own. But the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
That's what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got...
But the zipper part is broken.
Yes, which is why we were going to zip it.
Yeah.
I just...
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside, too. I don't know how...
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. I don't know if you saw, where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see a hole.
No
I
one
didn't
sees
see
a
no
hole.
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
So this whole part right here, well, I use the thing to get it out. Listen to how much she keeps saying that she left the hole, she left a way out. So that is the part where I'm like, how are you going to come back 5 years later and say battered spouse? And I was put into this set of circumstances. None of it aligns with it.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
She's been drinking
and then watches
probably
that
went
video?
to sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
This circular thing, I mean, it will drive, it's like the who's on first scenario. Now, again, look at how she comes in. Don't assume the way she's trying to grab a hold of that, but it also tells you her mindset. She 100% does not see anything wrong with what she did. She, I'm guessing, maybe looks at it as a tragic accident. Like, oh, sorry, I mean, we were doing whatever, and then, I went upstairs and fell asleep. Now, there's that evidence that I haven't laid my eyes on it personally, and again, they could have already testified at this at trial. As when I'm recording this has not come out yet on the stand, of the person who, whether it was a maintenance person or an apartment person or a neighbor, whoever, was saying something to the effect of, she said something like, I was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand or whatever, something like that, which is a huge component of what I think went down with this case. And I think that is going to be what bites her in the butt. Now, here's the thing with that concept there, when she's now trying to say, oh, well, it was an accident, and oh, well, I mean, you heard the cop. What do you think a normal person would say? That she got drunk and went upstairs? That's the part where it's like, but Sarah, you're still accountable for that. And that's taking out of the picture that the man is telling you he can't breathe. That's where you get into the component of, I was teaching him a lesson, but of course she's not going to say that, right? I mean, nobody in their right mind would, although at this point I'm surprised she didn't, okay? She is going to just knuckle down and convince herself, or to try to convince them, no intention behind it, therefore this was, you know, whatever. You know, let me get away with it kind of a thing. It was an accident, let me brush myself off and go on my own way, and whoops, sorry it happened. And that's what she would do. And that's what I think she's trying to do. I find it completely bizarre, completely interesting. I just had this one thought. I wonder if, and again, you know, right now the trial is not completely underway when I'm filming this. By her turning down that plea deal, I wonder if she's thinking, well, I want to be able to come back on appeal. So if in her muddled thinking, either she's thinking, I'm going to get off of this, or I'll get it on appeal and get out of this courtroom and get it taken care of. Or if it's at some point she'll say, hey, I'll take your plea offer. I'll take your plea offer. Let's redo it. I'll take your plea offer.
Before you went upstairs, you like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that, and you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So
what
my thing
you
is
say we're assuming, we're not assuming,
but
we're
the
telling
fingers,
you what's on there.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole that
He
you're
essentially
talking
would have
about.
been able to get out.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then, you know...
I did not zip it up all the way.
I did not zip it up all the way. I mean, where do I even begin with just the first clip? This is why we're going through this line by line. First of all, you hear alcohol, alcohol. Now, if you've been following these, remember, she is saying in the video here, like, oh, drinking this, drinking that. Oh, we weren't drunk. She fluctuates. Well, now we know she got in the stand at one point trying to talk about, oh, I've been drinking. Now, this is pre-trial. And the state's like, girl, we're going to impeach you if you go down that road because this was never mentioned. And you can see here in all this type stuff where she's, you know, denying these things. But then when it works to her benefit, she does that. Now, at the beginning where she's like, I have never done anything like this before. I am sick. One of the parts that is a hard pill to swallow with this is listening to Sarah and viewing from our perspective how she interprets herself as the victim. And then it makes me wonder from that step forward what life was like at home. And again, I've said this in every video, but if this is your first time here, whatever, 100% I get that this was no walk in the park relationship on either side, Sarah or George. I get that, right? The state has said this before. They know that there was a tumultuous situation here. They are aware of the things that have taken place. No one's trying to say it was a rosy relationship, okay, on either of their parts. We get that. But where the issue is here is seeing what took place. This escalated to this scenario. Clearly, she either doesn't remember or she's lying, right? I think she doesn't remember. The derogatory words, like the investigators are saying, her continually talking about, and this is a huge thing that it comes down to for me, is in this video, she's constantly going back to, he was going to come upstairs. I thought he could get out. I thought he could get out. Well, now she's going with the battered wife thing. And it's like, well, why would you taunt the person who you're that afraid of and then go upstairs waiting for them to come up there? I mean, this is usually something that kind of like defense, or that if you're truly in that, this is reserved for a desperate moment. This does not give desperate to me. This gives I am the abuser to me.
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Yeah, so they let you live.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this,
Okay.
whom I loved.
Again, very quick, notice all that. My life, all I've dealt with, all I've been through. There is no level of empathy towards George, and when she does offer it, it doesn't feel authentic. This is the kind of scary part to this.
I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed because I'm thinking, okay, good, he can get out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
Again, not intentional, unintentional. I didn't do this. I didn't mean to go to bed. I didn't mean to do this. I was waiting for him. That right there, I cannot wait to see how she tries to play this off on the stand. How do you get around that? How do you get around that? Now, also, again, I kind of use this as a scenario, but to me, it's almost like a DUI. And again, at this point, we know she turned down the 15-year manslaughter. This to me is like okay, that kind of charge they came at her with was being nice. It was like, okay, there's this evidence of you ridiculing him. He's telling you he can't breathe, this, that, and the other. You leave him, you go upstairs, you pass out. Do I think she meant to pass out? Probably not. It was probably normal to just kind of like, I mean, think about if you've ever been like Krog. I mean, at this point in life, honestly, I mean, I might sit down talking about, I'm going to answer a text message and I wake up 8 hours later and that's stone cold sober, okay? Like, that's just, it is what it is, right? So I don't think that she was like, I'll go to bed. I think she was like, I'm going to go upstairs and make him suffer for a minute. And then she woke up 15 hours later or whatever it was, you know, but she doesn't grasp that it's like, and again, to me, I'm just like, even if you went and hopped in a car drunk, you weren't meaning to go kill a family head on. You didn't mean to do that. I get that. But you got behind the wheel drunk and did the accident and you killed them. So it happened still. It doesn't matter if you meant to or not. You did a careless action. And that's what this is. This is careless. She was drunk. She put him in there. Now, evidence is going to show, if we haven't already seen it, that she was beating the man in the suitcase. Like, there was way more to this than what's going on here. So that's going to pop up too. But this is the part where, again, to the lens of battered wife and all that type of stuff, this evidence right here plays. Next.
Doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
and what do you normally do when you go to bed?
Do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to bed to do what?
But obviously you can tell too that, like, I've been drinking also. You go to bed to do what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that. Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, okay. You can tell that I have been drinking, but...
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe?
If I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm going to go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray me as?
We're not trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I wouldn't call it fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy.
Explain
you all don't, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was fine and dandy. The part that's so frustrating about this is watching her, like, where, and again, it's almost like I can almost get there where I'm like, I think she really just does not believe that she has like any level of guilt with this, where she's just, you know, this was an accident, therefore, sorry, let's move on. You know, and again, that last thing before we get into the next part, I've been without him for a day. George has lost his life for a day. It's like this interesting psychological perspective. Obviously, it's, you know, it's frustrating, but psychologically it's interesting. Like, if you're studying human behavior, to be like, just the way her viewpoint of how she interacts with everything and people around her is so, you know, whoa. Like, wow, okay. She just doesn't grasp it. It's like she almost gets there where the cops said, we're just asking you to explain what's on the video. Mind you, we also know the cops are trying to extract as much information from her as they can. They already know they are going to arrest her, right? So it's a wrap, okay? They're just trying to get a confession of this, that, other to get her to slip up. We see these oftentimes in this where they'll keep circling back and keep circling back and keep circling back. And again, I'll say this 100 times over. Sarah's best thing that she could have done at a certain point in this interview is lawyered up. The second that video came out, it was already probably too late at that point with the information she had said, because she was like, no, it was a great day. We were having fun. We were doing this, was to lawyer up. So I'm sure it makes sense in her side. Of course she wants it suppressed, right? Please, like, that's a given. Of course she wants that suppressed. Anybody would.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left him there to
I didn't kill him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out and no come. Because you don't.
And then he doesn't,
but
you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes, and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even move.
And off.
You admit to moving the suitcase, like, over. So
You roll it.
You roll it out. Like, it's not like.
I didn't want it to be like that. Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right.
The thing playing in the background is sending me, okay? Listen to this, but you flipped it over. How did it get that way? You know, again, what's unfortunate if you remove yourself from the whole, everything about this case, obviously George lost his life in a horrifying way. What is unfortunate is that through this unbridled behavior, I mean, when she says I'm blaming it on the wine, that's literally what's going on here. What happened is she got crocked. They did their same little routine. She was going to punish him of some sort. She left him down there and he died. That's exactly what happened. You can't say, there's just nothing else to it. I didn't mean to. I was going to go to sleep. I was going to do this. I was waiting for him to come up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Either she or both they, you know, whatever, were drunk, doing their routine of arguing, all this type of stuff, and things got out of control. Now, I don't know if this evidence has come up yet because it hasn't taken place as of now, but when you see this, it might have. But there's some kind of a person that's going to testify, and I can't remember if it's like the maintenance person or someone from the apartment, someone claiming that she has said something about like, oh, I was trying to teach him a lesson, it got out of control, like when this happened, like the day that she was like still at home and the cops were coming, all this type of stuff. And I just think that that's the truth. I think it's as simple as that. Yeah, I don't think she remembered making the video. No, I don't think she remembers how it got that. I think she blacked out and beat the living you-know-what out of this man when he was in that suitcase, threw him down the stairs, pummeled him with whatever, and he sat in there and suffocated. I just think it's as simple as that. And again, as frustrated as she's getting in these video clips, it's like, girl, you been needed to have said, I want a lawyer. At this point, it's easy for me to sit on the damn sofa talking about, well, I would have done this, I would have done that. I'm not her in this scenario, okay? I completely understand that. But just from this bystander perspective, it's like, this is where you say, am I under arrest? Am I free to leave? If not, okay, I want a lawyer. We're done talking. I want a lawyer. Period. Right? But again, at this point, it's still the evidence they have on her for this very reason. She over and over, I was waiting for him to come up. I was waiting for him to come up. Well, then why would you talking about I was afraid he's going to kill me? Please. No.
You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
Probably shut the fuck up.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. nonetheless, that I had to, like, I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then called you guys. And I was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
At the time of this recording, I've not seen testimony confirming this or not, because I go two ways with this. I'm like, okay, was she lying about doing the CPR? Because I also see it as this. When she got up and realized that this man was dead, she freaked out, because she probably was honestly just as surprised as anybody. Like, what? What happened last night? So when she saw that he was dead, oh, I could see her like, not doing CPR to save his life, doing CPR to save her life.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say, too, like...
You chose not to ever, at any point during that 30 minutes, walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's, like, a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf.
Okay, now a couple of things with this one. First of all, I get what Sarah's saying here, and this goes for any of these cases that we see where it's like, okay, now this time, what did you do here? Okay, and then but when they're doing these timelines, they're asking people to recall something that's like, whatever, right? Now, granted, this is only a couple of days here. I get that part where it's like, well, it's a blur. I don't ever keep track of time. Like, I don't know how to do this. But where it goes left or right is it's like, well, yeah, if this was truly like, there was no, like, it was truly an accident of some sort, then it wouldn't be as imperative at a certain point, right? But because this is obviously like intentional or whatever, it's more imperative to be like, well, how long were you up there? It's like, because like the cop just said, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen by leaving someone in the suitcase? And she probably, in her drunken mindset, thought, I'm just going to make him sleep in that overnight. He's going to pay for that. Or I'll get up in 30 minutes or an hour and go back down there. Something, right? I don't think she honestly meant to leave him in there and to kill him. Yeah, I don't think that was her intention. I mean, I do believe that. But there's that fine line, and again, I'm not a lawyer or whatever, of, again, it's almost like this. You're walking in the park, and you see someone on the bench who's been in an accident, and they're like, oh my God, I'm bleeding out. Please call 911. And you keep walking and leave them and they die. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, then you get into this whole thing of like, okay, now granted, the difference is that it's like she seemingly got him into the suitcase. Obviously, if you're walking in the park and you're the cause of the person bleeding out, it's a whole other thing. But there's these different components to this case, which makes it, to me, legally fascinating because of this right here, where it's just like, yeah, I mean, like, girl, you left somebody asking for help. I get they were in a relationship. I get this was probably like whatever it was, not the suitcase, but this was normal. Just like she said, he was crying. I thought he was crying wolf. They probably had some kind of drama like this every day. Not did this level of like locking suitcases up, but this type stuff. Getting back and all that kind of things, you know. Revenge, little, you know, taking jabs at each other. I believe her when she says that, like, oh, I thought he was crying wolf. I thought he was doing this. I thought he was doing that. She probably did, but again, what she doesn't also get is it's just like clear. It's like, girl, you were blackout drunk. You don't remember this video. So are we sure we were making correct decisions and assumptions? I think not.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. What? Like, why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video's at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean...
Don't
Were
know.
you punishing him?
No. Just...
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
Okay, this part right here, because this is what's really going on. She is punishing him on some level. Because just a minute ago where she said, I'll give him 5 minutes in there, literally... It's okay. You know how like those shows, like I'm thinking like American Horror Story, the Asylum one, where they would like send the patients to that hot bath treatment thing and they'd be like, give her 20 in a hot bath. It's almost like Sarah's like, give him 5 in the suitcase. It was a form of punishment, and it makes you wonder like what other ways was she punishing him? Because that whole thing, I'll give him 5 minutes. That's creepy. Okay. It's like giving the kid 5 minutes in timeout. Like that was the timeout for him. You know, so then when they're trying to get at that, because it's almost like they're wanting her to say, I was punishing him, because to me that's completely what it seems like.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
He's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
Oh my God. The way, it's awful. I mean, my God, I'll never drink alcohol again. And again, well, obviously unless she's been doing that toilet hooch in jail, it's like, yeah, we know, girl. It's going to be a minute, okay? And I think anybody would be making these deals with God, basically, right now. Like, I swear to God, if you let me get out of this, I'll never drink another thing again. I mean, you know, I get it, right? I mean, at this point, it's just, I think at this point, too, she has realized she's in trouble, but she doesn't know the severity of it yet, obviously, because she thinks she can still talk her way out of it. She thinks there's some bargaining to do of like, I'll never drink again, I'll never do this, and blah, 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 blah. You know, and it's just like, yeah, this is getting ready to end and not the way that she's hoping for.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all keep asking.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying, my God. And you say, fuck you. For the whole few minutes that he was in there,
minimum 11, but yes.
Thank God she said that. Minimum 11, but go ahead. Sarah is a master at minimizing too. For the few minutes that he was in there, she's trying to get frustrated. See, here's the thing. Flip this around, invert the scenario. Imagine being at home and arguing with her. And when I say arguing, I'm talking, I always use this in my videos if you watch me. Someone left the milk out. Someone spilt a little something. I'm talking basic stuff. Imagine the circular logic that you would go through on a daily basis with her, where she is not going to take accountability. Most people, when you deal with someone like this and you're forced to, they just pander because it just makes it easier to pander. Tell them what they need to hear, give them what they want, and get them on their way. Now, if you're stuck with a person, this is where toxic relationships come up and all this kind of stuff. But that's why personalities like Sarah end up having this level of entitlement, because they have learned over time that whether it's expired coupons at the checkout, this out of the other, something at home, whatever, they will get what they want by this behavior. And sadly, they're trained that way. I don't know how it works in other countries. And so specifically, let's talk about this. If you are from another country, I would be curious to hear your feedback on this. Let's just talk about the expire coupon thing. So here in America, and I think this is changing, retail establishments have trained customers to act any way they want to act, talk any way they want to talk, and they will get what they want. So this is where I say the expire coupon thing, because you see these viral videos of people freaking out on retail workers because because, you know, they had to do this or they had to do that. My coupon's this, whatever the case is, and that they're rewarded for it. And I mean, I personally think that a huge part of society, and I speak mostly here in the States, that has started to just get like bleh, is because of this mentality where through situations like corporations and retail establishments training people, and not everybody, right? The majority of people don't act like this. Yeah, but the ones that do, and they've trained them, no, come in here, talk to our staff however you want to. We'll give you your free stuff. We'll replace it. We'll do what you want eventually. And so they've done that. I do think it's changing some, and we're now moving away a little bit from the customer's always right, that type of thing. So I'm curious, if you live in another country, is this the norm? Like, could you go into the grocery store, slam stuff around and lose it and be rewarded for the behavior? Or is this like an American thing? I don't know. I'm very curious because I look at people like Sarah and I think that she is a direct result of that. Now, not just, you know, retail, corporate, all that kind of stuff. There's lots of other stuff going on here too. But again, just seeing this inability to accept what she's being told, I'm like, oh yeah, we see viral TikToks of this all the time. You know, people flipping out over something that so obviously is not correct, right? But it's like, you wanna, no, this is all broken.
11.
But one video.
Well, in between the two videos.
Between the 2 videos? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, and you're like, no,
again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got
obviously
in there.
like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
I'm sorry. The way Sarah is so dramatic. Like the puppies have joined us now. They're looking at me like, Dad, what are you doing? They're like, are you watching Sarah Boone? Sarah is so dramatic. The way she's like, you guys again are trying to, in the suitcase, night night. And the way she just deadpan stares at him, not intentional. She basically goes into this where that's all she can bark for a while, right? Not intentional. Not intentional. But did you hear her saying this is at the root, I believe, of Sarah's issues, where she goes, it's not fair. You know, and again, I'm just like, well, what was fair? Was it fair to be, you know, locking this man up in a suitcase and give him 5 in the suitcase? She's so hung up on that, but oftentimes you see with these personality types, and again, I don't remember who said this or where I saw this or whatever, but consider people who are like this, the things that they are saying, little confessions. So all these things that she's doing and saying, it's like they're these little miniature confessions that she's trying to gaslight and whatnot. And this whole thing of, it's not fair, again, that's at the center of this personality type where nothing is fair. They're always wrong. They're always the victim. They've done so much. And she has said this all throughout this interview. She did this for him. She did that for him. Like, she's entitled. Like, it's like the final annoyance on this man's part to have died in the suitcase. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, you know, but again, circle back. Where are we at? We are at the battered wife syndrome. I literally cannot believe that she is convinced that she can use that defense after watching this again. And again, I'll say it 100 times during this whole refilming of this interview. Her former attorneys had to have been like, girl, are you crazy? Now, I know they didn't talk like that. They might have at a certain point. They had to have been like, are you crazy? There is no way we are going to use that defense.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and check
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. It's like, for all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. This,
Right,
you said,
I don't know.
this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like...
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and going to, hitting the bed.
Hitting the bed. Okay, she's starting to come around. What are y'all getting at, she asked. Now, once again, I'll say it a million times in this. Whatever she is trying to pull off with this defense is blown out of the water. She was waiting upstairs for him, but isn't he supposed to be coming up there to kill you? In my world, with the defense that she's trying to pull off, that is the level of fear you had to have. Is I had to have this man trapped in the suitcase to keep him from coming. He was going to kill me if he got out. Then why are you sitting there upstairs, waiting for him to come up? Again, she's not going to use the word punish herself. I mean, who would, right, in this point? Even that's what she was meaning to do. But it's like they're getting to that motivation, and I believe Sarah when she's like, there wasn't one. I don't think there was. I think in a drunken state, there probably was a level of punishing, but she doesn't want to say that. And when I say sober Sarah, we're talking like maybe she hasn't had a drink in the last few hours that we've seen her in this video, right? I'm guessing at this point Sarah's probably getting up drinking, this type of stuff. She might have been thrown off a little bit today because she spent the night at her ex's house and whatever she did, right? What I'm trying to say is sober Sarah is having to make excuses for blacked out drunk Sarah, and that never... It's really hard to do that. You know what this almost reminds me of? If you watch horror movies, if you follow me on that horror movie channel, or if you watch them, the movie The Substance, now I'm going to do spoiler alerts for it, but like essentially if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about, where one side of a person's having to make up excuses for another side, and it's almost like they're two different people in one body.
Not going to sleep, or it's like, I'm tired now, I'm going to go to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a bump on his eye.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase, and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of a suitcase. Should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
That's the name of this thumbnail. I'm blaming it on the wine. I'm sorry. That's the name of this thumbnail. I blame it on the wine. And honestly, at this point, what else can you do? My term for this is charge it to the game. Now, the kids might have a new version of this. You know what I'm saying? I'm blaming it on the wine, charge it to the game, whatever it is now. I probably didn't even know it, but this is literally what's going on here. And so, also this, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Look at all the things she's thrown against the wall. It's like she's trying to guess what does everybody want to hear? What is the best thing here? And I'm going to throw it out there. But here's the other thing. Coming back to this. And again, at the time of this recording, we know she's been offered 15 years. They did it open court. She said no. Manslaughter, 15 years. Already served 5. It has to do 85 of that. I mean, come on. I don't understand how you can be so divorced from the black and white aspect of this. I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about the looking at the evidence they have. It's black and white. There's no real gray zone here. Okay. How can you not say, I can kind of see how the accountability of my factor in this 15 years is pretty sweet. Because again, the judge said, I believe it was 22 and a half years minimum. Do we think he would give her the minimum? That's a fair damn judge right there if he does. Most of the time when you've cost them this kind of money and you've sent them through this, you're trust me, they're going to make it worth their while. If they were willing to give you 15 and the minimum is 22, I just think that it's almost like for safety's sake, because someone who is this convinced that they are not accountable for any part of this, she has a child. What happens there? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, what happens there when it's, I didn't mean to leave him in the car. Now, granted, I know the kid's older than that at this point, but you see what I'm saying? Like I said, it wasn't my fault. You know, I forgot they were in the car. It's not my fault. You know, that's the kind of mentality we're talking about.
So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming. We're not. We haven't assumed anything.
Questions.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what
Like, this is
the facts of what happened. We got there. You said you pulled him out of a suitcase. You said you went up. You went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
now
when
we're
Ed
asking
is
you
like,
to
oh, I'm
explain
tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were
Yep.
thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys are within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were
statement
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
The one
There's
was.
two Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mhm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, two of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay. Well, I
mean, there's receipts, so it's not even worth the...
Throw your grocery store receipts away. Just throw them away, people. Don't hold on to them. I mean, for this exact damn reason right here, right? Here's the thing. Okay, so knowing what we know now, again, with the defense is that she's doing all this bit right here where they're like, but yesterday you told us that you weren't drunk. You were adamant. We were in our capacities. Now it's that. Remember, she tried to pull this on the stand pre-trial, talking about, I think I was still intoxicated for like the interview or whatever. And she probably was. Here's the thing. When you're drinking like this or whatever, you're not going to, with 24 hours of detox, your brain's still figuring itself out of any kind of thing, right? It takes a while. So it's like, yeah. Now, I personally would venture that she might be at the level of on her way driving to the interview, you know, throwing one back. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know. That's just sofa speculation. That's me making that up. I don't know her. So that's not fact. That's not true to, you know, the best of my abilities, but it's just, you know, an assumption on my part. I love how the cop also was like, that was an assumption on your part. You got attitude with me. Sarah doesn't like to get back what she puts out there. We've seen this. And again, I just question, what is she trying to arrive at with this level of evidence? I don't understand how she doesn't see it. I don't, for the life of me, I don't get it. I do not get it. In my world, there has to be an end game. And the end game cannot be a jury will see the truth in this and say not guilty, right? Like, to me, I can't wrap my mind around that. She's honestly thinking that, but at this point, I'm left to think that maybe she is.
So I don't know what you guys are. I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you...
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
But we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
Not.
that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally...
You did. You
It
got up
doesn't matter
off
what
the couch
it doesn't
and
matter
walked
what
up
we
the couch,
think.
or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drug you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
At this point, I would be banging my head against the wall if I was a detective. Okay. Now, here's the thing. They are just trying to extract information. That's why this keeps going on and on and on. And it just keeps this circular thing. I mean, literally, I'm like, oh my God. She doesn't grasp, and I don't think she still does. This is one of the questions that I have. Sarah doesn't grasp in this moment that it doesn't matter any of the behind the scenes stuff. On video, a person is asking to be let out. She goes upstairs and passes out and ignores her pleas for help. It doesn't matter that y'all had this toxic history. It doesn't matter that you were drunk. It doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. Now, what she is trying to filter it through is battered wife syndrome and Well, again, she said so many times in the video that she was waiting for him to come upstairs, and that was her assumption that that's what he would do because she left it open. Then why are you trying to say you were afraid for your life? Because in my world, when you were pulling the card of battered spouse syndrome and you were forced to do this, that is what you were essentially saying. And the cases that I have watched before, and again, I'm not trying to sit here talking about, well, look, I read a Google page on this, so I know. I've said it 100 times. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a cop. None of this stuff that, you know, they have this history with it. I'm literally a sassy sofa viewer, right? So when I say, oh, I've seen this stuff, I'm aware that I'm nobody, okay? 100%. Each of these cases are like our fingerprints. They're all different. That's just how it is. The things that I have seen where people have done this, and it's, when I say successfully, it's been like they still did time in prison. Sometimes decades before laws change and they were able to get out. Okay, it's such a rarity that this is a successful defense. That's why it boggles me that she thinks she can pull this off. And I'm sure the attorneys that left in the past were literally like just literally banging their heads on the table. Like, this is not going to work. The fact that they've got some person that's going to be testifying, again, I don't know when you're watching this, they might have already come up in the stand, that's going to be talking about she's got battered wife syndrome. How? What? Again, they just got to play this video. Of course she wanted it suppressed.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did
couldn't.
The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell
Okay.
you, he can't breathe.
Okay.
If
I-
someone
I-
can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way.
Okay. Pause here. I intentionally, so look at how little things change. I intentionally didn't do that. Do what? Zip it all the way. So this to me is now, this is why the cops will drag these interviews out for hours and hours and hours and hours and ask these same questions over and over and over and over and over. Because on this part right here, now we're maybe admitting that, okay, well, maybe it was zipped all the way. Because again, at the heart of this, it's like she doesn't realize it doesn't matter that it was that way. It's like, and I get, trust me, it would suck. It would suck. Okay, to wake up and be like, drunk self, non-sober self did something really dumb and someone lost their life over it, okay? It would suck. I am not even trying to tell Sarah that that part would not suck, okay? Think about any time, like I think back, younger days, drinking, partying, doing all that. If I had been sat down and said, Paul, the reason you're here is because, it gives me goosebumps, because last night blank happened. Horrifying. Okay. And that could have happened to anybody, right? I mean, you never know. Now, granted, I get this is very particular, okay? Like, not many of us are going to be like, oh, you're probably sitting there thinking, oh, yeah, Paul, honey. Last I checked, I wasn't putting my husband or girlfriend, whoever, in the damn suitcase talking about I'm going to bed, okay? I understand that part, right? Went out, did whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, something that's more reasonable that everybody can kind of relate to. Like, you went to the bar, you came home, you killed somebody in the road, this type thing. That's what I'm getting at. And that part part, yes, I'm like, Sarah, trust me, I get it. They cannot get that part in her head. But again, now she's giving this little bit of, well, I didn't intentionally zip it all the way up. Yeah, because that's the part too where they're like, she's so, and this is the part that works against her. She's trying to convince them in the interview, accident, didn't mean it, didn't do this. Whereas now she's trying to say, and again, this time, I don't know exactly, she could have even gone up on the stand, right? We probably, by the time you're seeing this, it could be like a week or so into the case, where I'm recording this like at the very jury selection, okay? So she's now trying to just completely say the opposite of that. And again, I'm not sure what the end game here, other than just anything. Throw anything against the wall, see what works. She's also convinced that there's more evidence on her phone of all this abuse that he's given her. But once again, it's like no one doing this. Think about it, the cases we followed. And I know I've said it in part 1 and 2, like the other things, but just think of any case that we followed where this ended up going through. Or where the woman did, and you know, I get that it can go either way, you know what I'm saying? Because again, I've said like this 100 times over, I think she was the abuser in this particular situation, even though I know they both went back and forth. But most of the time, it is a female in this scenario that either loses her life or is forced to kill the male, right? So think about the cases that we followed, that a female is doing life sentences, all this type of stuff, over a scenario where you know, looking at the evidence, he was going to kill her. Period. End of story. He was going to kill her. She had this moment, or they were in a fight, a true fight. She did this. You are not going to see, well, she locked him in the bathroom door and then cussed him out and called all these names and kind of left the key near where he could get it and then went upstairs and went to sleep thinking he'd come back up there. It's not going to happen. Okay. It's not, or it would be a completely different case because it would be him on trial because she would be dead. You see what I'm saying? So if this went down the way that Sarah's talking about, it's like, well, then how did you survive the evening? Because someone who is that over the top most likely would have gotten out of that suitcase and you would have been done. Because if it was truly to that level, imagine how pissed off that man would have been. Imagine that. First of all, he would have gotten in the damn suitcase, right? In that scenario. Secondly, she would have been done. That would have been her last night because he would have gone upstairs and killed her, right? That would have just pushed him over the edge. So this is the double-edged sword of this entire thing.
He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a result of your action.
On each other.
He is dead as a result of
I
your
understand
action.
that. So that's why
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
well,
Where
what
else
about
did we
when
go?
you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact
Yeah.
same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because
So
he
nothing
and I
happens to
have
you.
not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did.
I mean, she's painting herself in the damn corner. The thing is, he does have injuries. That's what they're saying. Yeah, you don't have any injuries. He's the one who's got all the injuries. This is the thing y'all, I can't. This is the thing with this. I cannot. I wish we had been there to see the judge's face when he watched this. This is killing me. This is absolutely killing me. And I love how they're like, so, well, every time you had an injury, he went to jail. So you don't think you should? Again, you can't tell personality types like this. You cannot give personality types like Sarah's back their own energy. They can't handle it. They can dish it out all day long. All day long they can dish this out. Cannot handle it to save their life.
But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because he's
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it.
Yeah. I don't know what to do and how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. You heard them say, we know he abused you. They've been saying this the whole time. Okay, and that's where it gets dicey because what she's doing, in my opinion, is taking these statements, like when they said that, there's an entirely different level of toxic, mutually abusive relationship to I had to do what I do to save my life, right? I mean, come on. I would venture to say that this probably would have escalated to a certain point where he might have been put in that position at some point. Now how would that have fared out? Who knows? Again, it's psychologically fascinating watching her with her back against the wall. One thing that will be interesting is if she does decide to take the stand and do a narrative testimony or whatever you call it, which could very well pop up. I mean, this could be a thing, right, that she could end up doing, is the narrative. To see her on cross-examination will be something else. Now, at this time, who knows, maybe she had done this and you're like, well, probably she's already been there. We'll see. And trust me, I'll make a video on that. But watching her behavior in this, I can't imagine her on the stand. And this is where the jury will see right through her, if they haven't already.
This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's...
Is the what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't...
What are your questions?
Now, before we get into the questions, look at how, this is another way she tells on herself. He pulls them, is the texting about me? The whole thing about, like, her talking about, I called, to be like, y'all are scaring me. What's going on? Remember when Sarah claims that she called the female detective, who, again, the jury's still out on that, right? The female detective acted kind of like, do you have evidence of it? Well, then I don't remember. Come on. Her paranoia about it. Now, we're going to get into the questions. Remember, she showed up to this interview with questions. Again, her whole thing is that she was tricked into this interview, that it wasn't supposed to, happen, whatever. She shows up with questions and she might have been thinking like, I'm going to talk to the manager type scenario. I get that, right? But again, she's just now starting. This is like an hour or so into the interview. Y'all are scaring me. What's going on? Now, again, I'm in the comfort of the home and the sofa, so I don't have the adrenaline that's going on here. I don't have the situation that she's in. So it's easy for me to say, well, I would have done this, but this 100%, she should have already asked for a lawyer and stopped talking. She has dug herself so deep. You can't get around this. And again, the black and whiteness of the suitcase video, that's already a nail in her coffin. This is like shoveling the dirt on it.
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
You did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing.
That could also be the name of the thumbnail, but I can't do that for you. Alcohol is an ishy thing. Know that. Again, imagine her at home. Imagine her with the attorneys. Now that we know she went through all of these, where when she is not willing to see another viewpoint. In the first part where he was like, you do realize you're the one who killed George. I've thought of that or whatever. I've considered that, however she said it. Again, don't blame her when I admit to that either. She, I get it. Even though it's, whatever. It's just, whatever. She should not admit to that in this scenario, in this moment. Okay, from a legal perspective, I get that. But she's aware of the concept of that, right? The idea of it. So she's thought about it. Okay, that's step one in the process.
It's alcohol.
So
Not, again,
the reason that you killed him?
You all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen, not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows everything that I've done for George, and love him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me, and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap? Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
Yes, absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
While we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap. Through the lens of battered wife. We're in a good place right now. Why would I do this? Not intentional. Done. Yeah, I almost want to take bets on how long the jury's going to be out. I just don't even see this being complicated at all. I see this being one of the scenarios where the jury has to go back talking about, y'all good? Anybody want free lunch? Or should we just, don't sit down, don't take your jacket off. Let's take a poll. You know what I mean? I'm obviously being dramatic and jokey and whatnot and snarky, but I don't see this being that complicated. Not through the lens of what she's trying to say took place. In my opinion, her best thing would have been, well, number one, to plea out. Oh my God, we should have broken up a while ago. This was a very bad accident. Oh my God, what kind of plea deal do you have? Now, maybe they offered her one in the beginning that was bigger than 15 years, and now this is their second one. Because a lot of times what they'll do is they'll come, like, you almost have to play this game with them, right? Of like, here's the first thing we're going to throw at you, wait it out. Here's the second thing, whatever. So in my opinion, that 15 years might have been like a bottom line. This is what we're willing to do right now. But it could have been way high. It might have been like the, hey, we'll give you 22 and a half. You know, right now, plea out to that. And she was like, And then they were coming down to that. Maybe she would have taken 10. You know, but at that point, I'm sure the prosecutors were like, no. After all, 5 years, no. Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not, right?
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago.
You said.
The video was from last night.
Clearly.
So it wasn't that.
You.
Yeah.
There's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's laughing.
And having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Again, what we have learned from this case, okay, is that all the way from the state attorney to the detectives, I'm talking grade A snark and like one-liners and comebacks, okay? Like literally this team, individually or collectively, could do stand-up comedy, right? Especially the state prosecutor. Like he's so over it and has such a dry, sarcastic sense of humor. These detectives are the same way. And I can't think of her name right now, but the female detective who we've all like just fallen in love with, right? With her professionalism. She's, you know, stunning, gorgeous woman up there, helping justice come to fruition, whatever. This dude here, you know, just has this like snark. I'd hate to see what a bad day looks like. Now, also what we have learned aside from all that or whatever is watching this, we now know. We've seen some of this evidence. We've heard the 911 phone call. We know that Sarah's saying, oh, I was a battered spouse. You know, this is battered spouse syndrome. This is what happened. That's what happened. We know the injuries, you know, with the baseball bat scenario. This is way worse. Now, we also have seen at this point. So when I'm filming this, let me go and say this in the beginning. We are entering the very beginning of the trial. We've done like opening statements. And I think we're getting into like day 2, maybe, I believe, of actual trial, like testimony, right? So we've seen them open the suitcase. We saw the lady have a hard time doing it. Now, one thing that is obvious to you if you've been watching this at this point, and here it is right here as well, where Sarah's like, but I didn't do that. She doesn't grasp that it's like, but it's on video. I think at the heart of this is this thing that she is trying to go with of, it's not intentional, I didn't do that. Well, now that we've seen or listened to whatever, all the way from the very beginning of the 911 phone call to Brian, her ex, getting on the stand saying, I had to tell her multiple times to call 911. She wanted to go outside and have a drink, right? So we've seen this behavior. So what I'm trying to say is this, where she's already at this point, like, but I didn't do that. That was not intentional. You're making me nervous. If you look at the energy she served in the very beginning, it was, oh my God, I'm in trouble. Oh my God, I messed up. Oh my God, I did this. I think that Sarah has been and is someone who has to think quick on her feet, and not how you you say it, but like whether she has to or she's able to think quick on her feet to get out of trouble to get what she wants to manipulate. And I think that what we've seen now going through this, arriving to here, because remember, this is just like a couple of days after the event or like next day or whatever it is, right? I mean, this is very close to the event, the interrogation. She's already had time to get those wheels spinning of how she's going to spin this. And we've just seen that escalate throughout the case to where we're at now, where it's like, I don't want to take a 15-year plea deal. I don't want to do this. I didn't do this. But again, the snarkiness, grade A, I'm here for it. Let's keep going.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well,
because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
Well, what about drunk you?
Let's pause there for a second. First of all, I do think this is a huge thing in this case. And we've talked about this on the live chats and on some of the videos in the comment sections and whatnot. Well, a couple of things here. Number one, like, you know how you meet some people? They don't even have to be alcoholics. They could just have a certain aversion to a substance, alcohol, whatever. Where when it touches their lips, they're a different person. Doesn't even have to be drunk. I've literally seen people on their first drink, the second it touches their lips, the look comes over them. You're dealing with somebody different. And it's so wild to me when you see that, because it's like, you know, they're not drunk, right? It's weird. I think this is the case with Sarah. Now, also in the way that one of the things that was very big for me in trial and whatnot is them bringing those big old jugs of wine out. And we're like, oh, I've been envisioning a normal bottle of wine, which I'm like, I mean, granted, depending on your tolerance, which I would assume she has a high tolerance. I was like, how can you be that drunk? But then they put out these big old things like that. And I'm like, oh, wait, they threw back a lot of alcohol, right? Enough to where it's like, if somebody who doesn't drink that often drank it, they'd probably be barfing all over the place. But this might have been like an everyday kind of thing or every other day, whatever for them. So I think this comment here that they're making of like, well, some people have a different personality. I think that's at the center of this. I think she definitely did. Now, I haven't seen enough. Obviously, I didn't know George. Obviously, I haven't seen much of him, right? Except for, I didn't even see him, but hear him in the suitcase. But the little bit we've learned, it's like, yeah, he probably did get drunk at a certain point. You know, some acted a different way or whatever. And especially if you're dealing with somebody as antagonistic as Sarah. But I think it's an interesting point that they bring this. And notice that she says this, Sarah goes, well, sometimes, or it depends. That tells me, okay, so yeah, she knows exactly what they're talking about, right? She's like, well, that depends if it's a Bartles and James night versus, you know, Mad Dog. Okay, because those are two totally different evenings. And I mean, honestly, I get it, okay? 100%. We've all been there. We had some discussions in live chats and stuff like that and on Patreon and whatnot about like our first, like, you know, time it's like teenagers or young adults, whatever it was for you, getting drunk and your memory of like, I can still smell fill in the blank, right? And somebody of that story is like, yeah, trust me, I get it. It can be a totally different evening depending on what you've been doing, okay? So let's keep going.
It's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was there.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No. Why would I do that?
Okay, first of all, I love the female detective who's sitting there. Remember, she's pregnant, coughing, sick, whatever. And she, you know, she's just like over it. So first of all, Sarah's over here. It's both of us. I love how much she talks with her hands. But right here, I didn't touch him. I didn't lay a finger on him. Well, we know she hit him with a baseball bat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think she pummeled this man with a baseball bat. I think she threw him down the stairs. You know, the neighbors have testified. We heard this massive, huge noise falling down the stairs, rattled our wall to the point that we're like, well, what is that? Okay, I think she threw the man down the stairs and flipped it around. Notice how she also tells on herself. When the detective right here, the guy goes, well, you flipped it over. Not intentionally. Okay, but you flipped it over. It doesn't like, what is the, I remember earlier when she was going on and on and on and on, or the last video or whatever, just know that at a certain point she's talking about, oh, he could stick his fingers through. And remember, at this point she's trying to say, you know, my overt act was when he was sticking his hand out. And so I thought, if he gets out, I'm gonna be killed or whatever. So I'll just leave him in there knowing that he can get his hand out at least and go upstairs and pass out, even though I'm afraid for my life. I mean, You know, come on. But she started off saying, oh, you know, I didn't zip it all the way up. Well, then they finally determined, like, well, why would he be asking to get out if you didn't? Why didn't intentionally zip it all the way up? So she gives a little, and again, this is why cops will go over these things like this over and over and over and over and over. Now, this case is a little bit different because, again, it's almost like Sarah did Walmart's job. So if you follow my channel or True Crime, then you'll know that there's like a direct correlation with people who pull off next level stuff like this kind of crime, right? Not like stealing or drug stuff, but like this level of like major crime, okay? There's a direct correlation in going to Walmart and buying all the things you need for said crime, where you know the second you get near Walmart, you're on video, okay? So it's like Sarah went one step further and was like, hold my beer, Walmart. I'll just record myself doing it, okay? Like, we don't even need to go there, right? The only other thing that would have been like the icing on the cake for this level is if she had gone to Walmart before and bought the suitcase and brought it home, okay? But other than that, she did their job for them. She just recorded the entire crime.
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did it.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the
Oh my
when
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
and that's
in
the
where his
unfortunate.
body was.
That's the unfortunate
Was
thing
upside
too,
down.
is nobody else was there. That's the
We have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it to
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this.
Okay, when her back is against the wall, this is what she does, right? It's, I did not intentionally do this. Now, again, keep this in mind now that what we're doing is we're watching this through the lens now that we know she is now claiming that she was afraid for her life. It was battered smile syndrome. And that she was scared she would get in trouble, so therefore she's lying because she didn't know that what she did was justified. This is no, okay? No. Now, again, I will say this. I do believe that the lawyer Owens, this is the attorney that came in last minute representing her, I think he's just going down a list and checking it off, and he's doing all the things that other lawyers were like, absolutely not, we're not going to do that, and that she would get into it, like, you know, she would fire them over, right? Because now that you see that what she's trying to claim and the evidence against her, this kind of evidence against you, this interrogation and the videos and the 911 call and the body cam footage, it's served up there for the police. Like, most people probably wouldn't have taken this to trial. It's such an airtight case. It's so simple. There's not much to it. So the fact that she's been able to manipulate the system for years astounds me, okay? Honestly, if you remove all the stuff, if you remove what this is about, the victim, all that type of stuff, it's almost like you gotta tip your hat a little bit and be like, I don't know how she did it, but she did it, because this case is so insanely very cut and dry, and we're going like, what, year 5 now? Or into year 5 or 4, whatever, right? Years to go to trial. Okay, years. Let's keep going.
No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say,
the point of
does
the
that
video.
help you sleep? But you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I
The-
maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very...
You don't talk to people
Obvious.
like that. That's not like a common, like,
Nope.
hey, Scott, fuck you.
Sorry. Again. I love these detectives, okay? So if you've been following this, you'll know she got on the stand. I mean, for pre-trial, and just, number one, you know, it's 80s blowout, just gorgeous hair, whole 9 yards, and just has this, like, unaffected affect about herself that I think drives Sarah crazy, right? It would probably drive anyone crazy in Sarah's situation here. Now, again, Sarah comes up with this one line, not malicious. Know that, right? Sarah has come up with these one-liners to this case that I'm just like, it's sad because it has brought this case to this comedic absurdity, right? This absurd level that it just shouldn't be. So, but like you said, the detective, it's like, listen to the video. And again, when they played it in court, it was so sobering. I mean, I know that's probably a bad word to use in this situation, but you know what I'm saying. To go from these absurd, like, comedic moments of levity with a case and whatnot to hearing George in that suitcase. Babe, I can't breathe. Babe, Sarah, I'm serious. Sarah, and her, pure evil, laughing at him, mocking him. For Sarah to be like, not malicious. It's like, girl, that's like, I mean, that was, malicious is probably being nice, okay? I say pure evil, like pure evil. So to me, watching this, again, not as a, you know, what do you call it, a credentialed person, I felt like we were in that video, we're listening and hearing pure evil come through in her. And that's what drinking, I don't know if she's that way normally, but drinking, drunk Sarah, to me, is a malicious, evil entity.
That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is going to think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
I would probably be telling myself that too.
My
after that video.
intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. Whichever.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's
Regardless.
that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave them.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind.
This whole thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this, so it doesn't matter anything what it is I say.
Okay, pause there. This is a key moment. Number one, you see how they're breaking it down to her about the time frame? Like, she does not grasp in this, and I think she does, but she's also trying to get out of it. Like, I think and I don't know if it's like narcissism or like whatever you call it, but like the disconnected part of her that won't accept the intention behind it, whatever. But notice when Sarah's like, I was waiting for him. This would have been a key moment to say, look, I want y'all to go through my stuff, whatever. She's been begging to go through the phone. I was upstairs because I went up there. This dude got out. He was going to kill me. So I went upstairs to prepare myself to hide or whatever, even though that wouldn't make sense. We don't see that. And then here's the thing with the defense trying to say, oh, she was scared, so she was making up. She didn't know it was justifiable. Even on that level, it's like, well, number one, like the safety thing. So George is dead at this point. He's not going to be able to get back to her. So this is where it would be like, okay, that part you can be honest about. I would think if you were truly in a situation of being victimized to this degree that you would need to pull off a battered spouse syndrome defense, that at this point in time when there's no way he's coming back, whatever, this is when you start saying, I want you to talk to so-and-so, I want you to look at this, I want you to look at that. And the cops, I think if they went through and started finding this, like, well, wait a minute, so she said to do this. Okay, yeah, there is this evidence that she went to the hospital. Oh my God, he beat her within an inch of her life this one time. You see what I'm saying? Like this kind of evidence. But as they went through, I mean, first of all, you see what they found on the phone. Okay. I mean, like this right here. Okay. That's not normal. That's not normal. Like if you were afraid of somebody to that degree when they got to a certain level of drunk, you're not going to do that to them, what she did to him in the suitcase. But they don't find any of this stuff. And in the evidence they do find that happened between them, like say a mutual situation, it's not warranting what she's asking for it to.
It makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just you're lying and like you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you're drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
Look at how quick Sarah is. And this is what I'm talking about. Sarah's not dumb. Sarah's not stupid. Sarah's highly manipulative. Sarah's very quick. I wasn't drunk. I'm blaming it on the wine. Any normal person, and again, I hate using normal, but you know what I'm saying? Anyone who says a comment like, after doing something stupid, whatever, I'm blaming it on the drinks. What is the insinuation? So for her to say, I never said I was drunk. I mean, to go that quickly, and the cops are already in here. It's all on videotape. Sarah, again, I've said this a million times. Things that record aren't Sarah's friends. Okay, they're not her friends at all, right? At all. They just aren't. It's really, really bad, okay? The fact that they're having to call this out to this level, in this moment where she is conniving enough to already start spinning things around within the same conversation. And again, I just go back to this. Imagine a day at home. You know, we hear the neighbors on the stand talking about, yeah, we avoided them. Well, I don't like drunk people. I tried to stay away from them. They argued. It was like, we just had to tune it out. It just, no, absolutely not. And you know that these detectives here who are now years later, whatever, have to be like, oh my God, I cannot believe this. Because if you're sitting in the room with somebody, you get their vibe, you get their energy. They saw this from start to finish. They've already been here, done that. They know she's lying.
You did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely.
What does she want them to say? I'm telling you both this. This has changed my life. Okay, yeah, what about George? It's like, honestly, starting from the 911 phone call, she's pissed that he died. She's pissed that he died, okay? That's what's so shocking. And, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, imagine his family, his kids, his, you know, mom, whoever is still surviving. We've seen his brother on the stand once at this point. Now, again, you might be seeing this deeper into the trial and be like, oh, multiple family members, but at this point of recording, we've seen his brother. Imagine sitting here seeing someone speak this. Now, we've already heard enough evidence and whatnot. We know his family didn't like her. We know that she was texting back and forth with these weird texts talking about, oh, hide and seek I shall. I'm going to work on getting rid of George. So it's clear as to why, you know, she's like, oh, his family didn't like me. Well, it's clear. We get it, honey. Okay, most people don't seem to like her.
But you're trying to dance around the fact that
but what are you, okay, just...
You left them in there. You're trying to dance around the fact you left them in there.
This is not...
You didn't leave them in there?
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool. He's dead. It's not cool.
But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's going to get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
but
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to, y'all
Please let me out. I can't
y'all
breathe.
don't know George, though. Like, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not, you know,
really?
It's not a big deal. I'm just valid question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Number one, we know that there's a photograph of her, I think her ex-husband, with the son in the suitcase. They were going to Disney or something. It's a joke, but nonetheless, creepy. Didn't age well, right? You didn't know George. I thought it was the boy crying wolf. Okay. So even more so, right? I hope, number one, they play the entire interrogation in court. I hope they have a camera on Sarah's face, and I hope they have one on the judge's face. We know he finally watched it, right? You know his mouth had to hit the damn floor when he saw this and was like, all these years, we've been going back and forth, and they've got this on video? You're kidding me, right? I hope they also get up there and really break down the different definitions and versions of intentional. Okay, because this is something where she is not going to admit to reality of what is in front. It's like, this is this. There's a wall in front of us. No, there's not. But it's right there. No, it's not. I don't see the wall, but something's wrong with it if you don't see it. Well, something's wrong with you that you see the wall. It's like this circular conversation that's insane to me, and it is driving me crazy, and that I cannot imagine dealing with this on a regular basis at all. She would drive the Pope crazy, okay? I mean, just like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely next level.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. You keep going away from it. That's exactly what happened. You went up to bed, woke up the next day.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, we might have the answer as to why we're here 4 years later. Are y'all trying to make me admit that? Because it's not true. That literally, it's like, because remember at this point, we know they offered her 15 years manslaughter, okay? Which, if you were to look at things like on a, we're going to do you a favor, it's like, okay, at bare minimum, this is manslaughter. You were dumb, you did a stupid thing, a man lost his life, right? You've already done this time, you can walk out. Her need to be right is going to send her to prison for life, okay? Which at this point, from what I've seen, is where she needs to be, okay? Thank God she didn't take the plea deal, right? Because here's my thing. When someone like Sarah, it's almost like this, like Susan Smith, you know, not to divert from the conversation, but Susan Smith, we know, is trying to go, at this point, trying to go up for parole, depending on when you're watching this, talking about, I've done my time, I've done this. Well, she just got in trouble, got a write-up or whatever. I'll do a separate video on it, but, you know, just whatever. There's been no sign of change. After all these years of taking her little boy's life, she's still up to her old thing. She's still up to her stuff. Me. Sarah has exhibited this in just a few years that we've gotten to know her. I have no doubt that there could be somebody in Sarah's situation who, when this happened, and it really sunk in, and they were like, my God, you know what? My ex and I, George, whatever, we were living terrible, really horrible things happen. I'm going to work. I can't take it back, but I can change and I can move, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever, even if that change starts to take place in prison and then come out, whatever the case is, right? We don't even see that here. She has doubled down and gotten worse and worse, in my opinion, you know, and then continue. I mean, even now with trial going on, it's like they keep diverting and changing and lying. And I'm like, this isn't getting any better, right? So there's been no sign of that. And it blows my mind.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Someone please send this woman a dozen roses or whatever she like. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever she like. Starbucks, something, okay? After that whole dramatic performance, and this is what I love about this, the detective here. She has this dry, unaffected delivery. Like I can already, without seeing her face, I know the look on her face when she said that line. Like, well, you gave up checking up on him. And it sends Sarah into oblivion is what's amazing about it, right? Now, if you've been watching, if you saw her on the stand, then you know the detective, at least. You already know what I'm talking about. This dynamic right here where Sarah 100% is not going to admit to this. And, you know, and I go back and forth because in one aspect, it's like, well, no, yet. I mean, for your best interest, it doesn't matter how obvious it is. You shouldn't be admitting to something like this in this scenario. Now, we know she tried to get this evidence suppressed and the judge said no, right? It's going to go through for this very reason, because none of us would want this to go out if we were Sarah, right? I mean, please, come on. It's very damning to her case. The way that she turns this around, like at the very end of it, and this is where the little truth moments come out with her. You know, it's not like I gave up on him, you know, or whatever. I did so much for her. How, you know, again, she looks at George, or looked at him, to me, like he was a pet. Okay, that's how she talks about him. Like he was like a pet rock or something, okay? And so then like, I never gave up on him. That's why I'm still here for George, whatever. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? You're running the man's name through the mud, right? I get they didn't have this wonderful relationship. I get they each had their own issues. I get they had stuff going on, okay? But when we sat there and saw that suitcase come out in court, and especially for those of us, like, you know, the jury might not have pieced it all together yet, but for those of us who've been following it, we see that suitcase, we see the detective or the medical, or whoever the, you know, crime scene person having a hard time opening it. We've heard the video. You want to talk about, I'm here for George? Huh? What are you talking about, Sarah?
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
all
video.
Day.
Not by that video. That
all
part
day.
wasn't. Anybody looking at it doesn't. I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that I y'all don't know me. You don't know me.
Nope.
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
I don't know.
Like,
Having
why?
a 9-year-old son would be.
Like,
Why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Okay, pause right there. Now, we already learned from Brian, her ex-husband, the father of her son, that she's talking about, who, yes, is 9 at the time. I think he's going on 14 now. We've already learned from him, Brian, who was like, yeah, you know what? I had to call to check up on Sarah because it was her day to pick up our son. Yeah, well, why? To make sure she should, get there in time? No, she had an issue with, showing up to get him. So, what would she be late or whatever? No, she just sometimes would, I had to make sure she was even going to show up, or she just wanted me to go ahead and just, keep him and take him for her time instead, take her time over. So Sarah wants to pull, the card of the child out, and people often do this. We see where it's very easy to hide behind children, right? You know what I mean? Like this, like, oh, I have a son. Why do you think I would do this? Girl, please. You know what I mean? No. She's one of these types right here talking about that. She's got 3 damn cigarettes going in the car, windows rolled up, with the kid in the car talking about anything to protect my baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like, doesn't make it make sense, Sarah. Okay, make it make sense, right? That part right there, I'm just like, no, Sarah, do not sit here and try and use the card of I have a son, so therefore I want to do this, okay? No, it's not gonna fly. You're already getting exposed on the stand, okay?
Because
you should be more concerned about what you've told us.
It's because like you guys are like trying
the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
like
told
what
us
is opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
because you're screaming at him, he's begging to get out.
Screaming at him.
Sounds like screaming to me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it? Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to get that set up.
So now at this point, they're getting ready to just, they're going, now there's still a good little bit of the interview left, but we're getting down into the cops are realizing we've gotten all we're going to get out of her. They probably also realize they've gotten a lot of damning information. Now keep in mind that at this point, they are going to arrest her. She doesn't know this. So that's what's going to take place. Now again, she has not moved off of this. Now remember at the beginning of this clip or the end of this clip right here, whatever it was, where they're like, why are you so caught up on what we think about you? I think that is also at the heart of Sarah and why we're here 4 years later, because she cares. You see her in court. You've seen her throughout this where she's very concerned about media. I have fans all over the world. Some even as far out as Mars and Uranus. You know what I mean? Like, she's intergalactic, okay? So she very much cares. Very much cares, and she probably doesn't want to be known as a murderer, even if it's manslaughter. Would any of us? No. Okay, I get that, right? I'm not trying to say that. I don't, like, whatever. I get that. But she's in this situation right now, okay? And so it's like, it's here. It's happened. You want second degree or you want manslaughter? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to have to pick. And she's wanting to go left over here to, well, we're just going to try and get it all gone. And she might be thinking, like, well, hold on. Anthony, she got that documentary. She went free. She did this. Imagine this. Now, here's the thing. Well, it depends. I was going to say Sarah at some point will go free. If she gets convicted, I have a feeling she'll probably get a pretty lengthy prison sentence, way more than the minimum. Pretend she did the 15 years. Okay, so at some point, or 15 years, or she gets off of this. The infamy from this, she's toast. Okay, regardless, she's toast. Not probably as much as like Casey Anthony. Sarah probably wants to think she's as infamous as Casey Anthony. She's not. But she's in that realm, okay? But not quite like the same as like, Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony, these mega cases. But look at Casey Anthony. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, well, you're free, go. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, good luck showing your face anywhere, which she apparently doesn't have a problem. And I don't think Sarah would either, because I think at the heart of it, Sarah likes attention. Doesn't matter how negative it is, right? The average person, we'll use the word average, right? Or more averagely balanced person, let's say, would probably be like, oh God, yeah, sure, I'll never show my face again, okay? I think Sarah would gloat in that. I think she would want to get on a reality TV show. She's already been on some game shows, right? So it's that kind of energy here. So we're getting ready to watch all this part where they're going down the pipeline, and she's not going to be happy, especially when we get to the part about getting arrested.
Do you need any more water? No, but when you come back and I ask about this?
Yeah.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
wasn't...
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact
is
that...
it changing? Please help me explain, understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
You're
didn't think
answering
so.
that.
Like, just...
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
It's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
It was a great day. Just that alone, with how much she has said it's a great day, the state's gonna rip her apart, y'all, when she gets up there. Even if she tries to take the level of, like, I'm lying. Now, again, at this point, by the time you see this, we might have already seen her get up. We might have already gone over this. Probably what I'll do at some point is maybe a live chat after, like, they do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, in court or whatever. We can go back over. I don't know. We'll figure out something. But, okay, so in the beginning when the female detective is walking out, and Sarah goes, when you come back, questions? And she goes, yeah, because they know, like, it doesn't really, like, what little questions do you have? Yeah. And then this cop, I don't get how your story changes so much. It's changed constantly. She has to always pivot. And again, one thing that we've seen with people like Sarah, again, I think of Daryl Brooks, or oftentimes any people that are in the cases that we watch that are in their situations, like the perpetrator who's done this kind of thing and exhibits these personality traits. But then if you reduce that down to people who haven't, like, done atrocious crimes and whatnot, but like maybe somebody, you know, you work with or a family member, whatever, where they are masters at pivoting a conversation, pivoting, like, you know, we're all here, we're kind of arguing or debating or whatever it is, and we go here, but bing, we have to go over here now. Bing, we have to go over here. They change the goalpost. They move the bar constantly, because that's the only way they can keep their charade going, because it's very easily dismantled. And that's how Sarah's here. Like, once you paint her into this corner, she's gonna sneak out and run to this one. And then once she's completely painted out, we're gonna run back to this one. It's just what they do. And this, again, I've said it a million times, they, meaning perpetrators like Sarah, know by doing this, they get what they want, okay? It's just, they get what they want. They know that this works for them, sadly. And sadly, it does. It works for them, and it's very frustrating that it does work for them.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say, that's, I mean...
I can't explain to you how horrific it was.
Okay.
To find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen? Like,
here's what gets me, though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does someone have their wits about them when...
See, that's the thing, too. But you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
Look in just this one little segment, how the circularness. Number one, we start off with, you don't know how bad it was finding George. It was really bad. I cannot stand one of the tactics by people with this personality type here is to victimize themselves. When they're painted in a corner, it's the let me conjure up being a victim. Again, these are all tactics that work for them to get what they want. They know this, they've been trained to do it. They're probably not even aware that they do it because it's so subliminal in their mind. Sarah's probably been this way for years, right? So when she's doing this, and again, imagine his family sitting here watching this, you know, talking about, oh, it was so bad for me. I thought he was downstairs and to find him and you know, and then when the cop goes into the whole thing of like, I don't get it. Well, first of all, time out. Multiple times, I don't remember taking the video. Okay. Again, filter that through where we're at now in court, okay, or the trial or whatever you want to call it, the case, whatever. Then the cop talking about, but you had your wits about you. You said you weren't drunk here. You can clearly tell we were drinking. Girl, you're slurring your words. You could probably barely stand up. But you've gone back and forth in this interview of, well, I didn't say we were drunk. I said to blame it on the wine, but that doesn't mean this. It's this circularness. It's like, oh my God. You know, when they were done with this interview, like once they got her booked, whatever they do, you know, if they drink or whatever, it's like, I know she's pregnant, but you know what I'm saying? Like whatever their relaxing thing is, they were like, oh my God, please. Like this is like mentally exhausting. Imagine living with her.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not...
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many... You had two neighbors you went to and asked to go use the restroom.
See, that is just not fair.
No. Hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom, and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person.
Okay.
She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I wouldn't let somebody go upstairs and use my personal bathroom.
Please. Okay, so this is another, we've already heard from a couple of the neighbors, the direct neighbors, remember the roommates, whatever, the dudes that were like, yeah, we heard the loud noise coming down. We've seen her passed out on the thing, the patio. Yeah, she was always drunk. Yeah, they argued all the time. I mean, they were that couple, you know what I'm saying, at the complex. Now, the other neighbor's talking about, no, don't go away. You can kind of tell the vibe of what Sarah's talking about without it being said that it's like, yeah, nobody wanted you around. And probably, they probably didn't want either of them around. They knew it was drama. Now, her sitting here talking about this Eli and whatever, oh, well, Kim and Eli and blah, 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 blah. Again, none of these neighbors are going to get up there and say anything good, which is another reason why I find it so alarming or eye-opening, I don't know the right word for it, that Sarah has chosen to go to trial with the state being very gracious in the way of telling her, if you do A, we're going to do B, or have C and D and advocate on the stand and say this. She knows these people were not going to say anything good. So it's like that ability of her to either trick herself into thinking differently or that she can talk her way out of it. I don't know which one it was. But just the neighbors alone, she said, talk to the property manager. Well, we already heard the property manager sent the maintenance guy over there, and she told the maintenance guy on the day of the crime, oh, things got out of hand, I was teaching him a lesson. You know, so much of this is obvious of the distorted reality that Sarah lived in. Now, what's sad is you take behaviors and all that away, like isolate everything down to someone lost a life, they lived in a distorted reality, pretend we don't know how obnoxious they are. It's sad to see the pain that can come from the throes of what they were living in and the loss that can come from it, right? Because I think at some point, if there is a soul left in Sarah, which I question, at a certain point she will wake up and say, man, that really sucked. Like, I can't believe I did that. Like, ouch. You know what I'm saying? I think it could take years and it might not ever come because I'm not sure she has that ability to self-reflect, because that requires a level of self-reflection to be able to look back and say, oh my God, that, you know what I'm saying? Let me change that type thing.
That's what the downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all the stuff in the kitchen. And there's stuff in the bathroom and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way. No problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, what you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
Should I use yours? You gotta use yours.
No. I was asking last night because, you know, I mean, we had several different people in the neighborhood come up saying
Eli and
she
Kim.
was drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Benny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no.
I wonder if Eli and Kim are getting on the damn witness stand. Very curious about that. Now, I hope this doesn't get him into trouble, but they've got 5 dead bodies buried in their backyard, but you didn't hear that from me. What was that show? Was that 227? What was that show that used to come on where the girl would stick out the window and talk and gossip? I can't remember what but that's what Sarah's given here, right? But that's what I'm talking about. You know, she knew what she was doing. You know, and again, Eli and Kim now, again, they could have already gotten on stage or on the stand or whatever. But this is where the deflection, the gaslighting, the this, the that, it's all too much. And again, I'll just say it one more time. The fact that she has no clue or concept that her neighbors view her this way, and that she will double down and try and throw them under the bus and try and paint them to look a certain way and try to be like, oh, you know, well, Eli comes over and I think that pisses Kim off and blah, blah, blah. There's not nice people and all this. But it's like, but then why would you yell? Like, why would you even do that? If Publix is this close and whatnot, why not just get like, why? What were you really trying to get? She probably wanted to get a drink. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's probably something else like that. You know, because I've heard, this is complete self-speculation. This is not vetted out, just like rumor mill, was that they kind of like, you know, were just going around the complex always asking for cigarettes or money and stuff like that. You know, so people probably knew this and ran when they saw him coming.
And like I said, she's not a nice person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the fingernails.
Yeah, you said that we paid.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't think that it's...
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need to do our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now, too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional.
Now that backfires on me even more. Yeah, it does, girl. Okay. You begged them to look at your stuff, and they find this on it. They're going through everything. Okay, they found like some little like digital watch, you know, not even like a smartwatch, but like digital thing. Girl, they're going to see what you got in there. I would want to know. Anybody would at this point. Now, also, we know they're honing in, okay? They know they're going to arrest her. These little questions, first thing, am I getting my phone back? Am I getting Lucas's computer back? I mean, you hear the female detective, not today. They know. It's like, girl, no, honey, we're way past. Getting your phone back? Are you serious? After we found this on it? Please. I mean, this is just the beginning. God only knows what else is on there. But this is the origins. We know now at the trial, or pre-trial and all that, she's been trying to get that. She is convinced that there's evidence in this phone that is going to exonerate her. And just make all of us, you know, be like, we are just terrible people. We should have known, right? I mean, come on.
Is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to agree to anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're...
So, his probation officer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her, or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
This is my theory. Number one, you hear her, no, because of the nice lady that she is. She's trying to make it seem like they're not decent people by that tone that she's giving them. But also, I think Sarah's trying to make it like, almost like she's sitting there waiting for them to say, oh, you don't need to do that because you're not going home, which she's about to find out here in a little bit. But it's like that kind of energy or whatever. But again, it's like that gaslighting. Now, also notice here in this, and this is just another little bit of the timeline thing, where she's talking about his probation officer. It's my theory and my personal thoughts, and I say that because I'm not trying to make it like it's a fact or whatever. And other people have said this too, so it's not like I'm trying to take ownership of it, but it's just like one of my thoughts. She probably held stuff over George's head with threatening to call a probation officer and get him in trouble. And that could be very well how she got in the suitcase. Like, oh, I call the cops, you better hide in the suitcase. You know, or I call the cops, go do this. I think that she probably completely manipulated this man with him being on probation and hanging that over his head and whatnot. So her going through this little list and just being like, you know, oh, we need to call that. Oh, what about the classes? Well, I need to do this and blah, blah. She's acting, you're seeing another side of the real Sarah and another side of Sarah, because see how she's acting annoyed by it? Okay, well, I guess I need to do that too. I think this is probably how she acted with George. Like, I could see her throwing back a gallon of wine and being like, okay, George, what are we doing tonight? Well, I guess I'll do this. And almost like making, like, again, cosplaying. Like we've been joking in the live chats where she's cosplaying an adult with her little business outfit and post-its. It's almost like that, where it's just like, she needs to take care of George more than he needed her to do so, if that makes sense.
Classes. To do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery intervention.
Yeah,
something else I was just getting ready to ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all are saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So
the ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that.
I'm leaving it at that. Now, again, we know now that these injuries have come forth. We've learned about the baseball bat. We've learned about that. Depending on when you're seeing this, when I record versus when I recorded this, we might have even more information. But she said, he didn't put a hand on me, I didn't put a hand on him. Well, again, we know she's lying, but also there's a level of she doesn't know what she did, right? So she's so confident about this, but it's like, girl, you don't even remember making the damn video. So how do you know you didn't do this? I think she pummeled the man with the baseball bat. I think she threw him down the stairs and she pummeled him, right? Whether she remembers or not, it's irrelevant. And that's the part she doesn't get. And more than that, she doesn't want to get it.
So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was get ready to ask you. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final whatevers?
What does it matter? Why? What we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
we're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have to.
But it's going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not. So what is it you would tell them?
We're going to give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever bruise,
Here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
I'm just asking. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, this is what I'm talking. So remember, she's trying to say battered spouse, I was lying to them. She can't remember what day it is. She can't remember what's going on. She can't remember a thing on here. No, that's not how this works. Now, this whole part right here, where she's talking about, are you going to tell the parents? What does it matter? I know the detective want to say, you're getting ready to go to jail anyways. So it's on me. So it's just coming back on me. Yes, Sarah, it is, okay? I pray, and it could have happened by now, right? I pray his parents get on the stand and tell their truth about Sarah. Because I think the jury is going to, number one, already have guessed it, but their mouths will be on the floor. Like, seriously? Imagine the jury when they watch this. Imagine the jury. And again, it could have already happened at this point, but this part right here just gets me with this list.
Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of...
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So
it'd be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
My body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles.
Again, I think this part right here is just a fishing expedition with a funeral and with this and that and blah, 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 blah. It's another way for her to try and make the family look bad and this and that and the other. It's also at the center of it, her trying to figure out if she is in trouble. Now remember, according to Sarah, she went in here not knowing she was going to get arrested, not knowing she was going to be interviewed. So even if she had this list of questions, think of the way that she's framing this. Well, what about a funeral? Well, what about this? Well, how do I do this? These are not, why would you question that if you didn't think you were going to be in trouble or get arrested? You make funeral plans. Imagine somebody in your house, true accident, whatever happened, fell down the stairs, killed himself. You go into the police do their investigation, you're going to pick something up there from the police station. Why would you ask the police how to go, some of these questions that you're asking, unless you were trying to figure out if you were in trouble and going to get blamed for it, period.
So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to.
Again, why would you ask this? Why? And this, all this has to be a red flag to the cops. You can do, well, I want to make sure I don't do something I'm not supposed to. Girl, what are you talking about? Why would you ask that? What, this is what she, am I going to jail? Am I in trouble? That's what's really going on. She, you know, again, it's just, she tells on herself, but then she doubles down into trying to then say, I didn't tell it myself. It's very psychologically bizarre and fascinating.
How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to the next
family.
of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
Okay.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger. It goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back.
Even if you felt that way, even if it was, pretend it was a legit accident, person fell down the stairs, 100% you're not gonna, they know that you didn't do it. Why would you even say that out loud in this moment? Then add the layers of the case on that we know so far. How do I get the wedding ring back? I paid for it. Seriously? No. Again, she tells on herself completely tells on herself. I paid for it. Okay, you want a cookie?
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what and how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Yeah. They do their testing.
So, and then, like, whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Why would you guys, oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas. And the receipts. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
Why would you ask about that evidence that you were going to donate or throw away? You know, what about the baseball bat? Again, we know she used it against him. This is it's a fishing expedition, is what it is. Now, even if you look through the lens of, well, I was lying because I was afraid, I didn't know that what I did was justified. Again, that guilt factor of like, well, what do you need the baseball bat for? Why? What does it matter? What do you need the suitcase for? What about that? You know, and the cops, this is where it gets super cringy to me and awkward, even no matter how many times I watch it, because it's like, it's so obvious what's going on. And again, now that we know that she's trying to double down and talk her way out of it, it just makes it even worse.
What's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or, like...
I can't tell you, like, what to do.
I mean, like, so, like, for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just going to, like, because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. Mm-hmm. And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
I understand that.
So
we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George.
She is doing everything she can to avoid, am I going to get arrested? That's literally all she was wanting to ask. Now this part right here, I'm doing everything to avoid this or that. Now also the part where she's talking about, well, I don't want to be home with Lucas again, he's bringing the kid up. And y'all come running up in there because I've been accused of something. Yeah, I'm getting accused of this and whatnot. Does this sound like somebody who is lying to the cops to cover up something that they did to save their life? Does this sound like someone is seen as how desperate in a sense that she is? Don't we think if she had that ace up her sleeve that she would have pulled it? You see what I'm saying? She would have pulled it. I think she would have. I think she would have 100% at this point. Now, what we're going to do is this because we're getting ready to get into the fingernail thing and the arrest. We're going to go ahead and wound it out because according to my time here, this is going on like an hour and a half or whatever. So we're going to finish this one here. There'll be, just one more after this, right? And I'll get to it in a couple of days. I want some more testimony to come up. I'll record it or whatever, and we'll finish this out, and it'll probably be another hour and a half video or whatever for the last one, but, you know, I try not to make them too long. I'm sorry. But again, overall, let's close out with some thoughts here. So once again, as we've seen in all of them, not willing to admit to anything, except that it was not intentional. Number two, fishing expedition. So she went in there with this list of questions to try and see what's going on, because to me, and this is just my opinion, you don't ask these questions if something's legitimately an accident. I mean, I'm thinking like when my my father passed, and it was like a natural passing. This is decades ago, and we were at, I mean, number one, there was no, it was natural, so there wasn't like a police investigation, is what I'm getting at, right? But even at the hospital, there's just no questions that come up when something's more, you know what I mean, like normal, if you will. So these questions that she's asking are just not things that one would normally ask, and then the selfishness comes through with it. Well, what about his ring? What about this? Well, I guess I want to get this back. You know, that whole narrative that she spends. The fact that she knows this exists, that she's had the chance to see it, and that she's still trying to double down, and that they're covering it, meaning the defense team, in the blanket statement of she was lying. She was lying. She was afraid because this guy had a gun, you know, or the female did too, whatever. No. And I think the jury will see right through it. And at this point, like I've said, I don't think she cares about spending her life in prison. I think it's probably a little bit of a nicer life than she had on the outside. If she's remained sober in prison, she's probably living the best life she has. She gets all this attention. She's sober. She looks way healthier now than she did before. She gets commissary. She doesn't have to pay bills. She probably has people to talk to all day long. I mean, it's probably kind of a nice life for her, right? I think if it wasn't, she would have been more, like, how do you say it, proactive, and number one, she would have taken that deal. Anything to get back out. Okay, because that would have put her out very quickly. But it's almost like she's sitting here, I'm going to take it to the edge. I'm going to take the edge. To me, in my opinion, again, it's not me, but it's like if she cared about her child as much as she pretends to, she would have done whatever it would have taken to gone in and out as fast as possible. Now, if this truly was a scenario where she is being railroaded, I would understand that more, and having to really be like, I do not want to plead guilty to this. You can't get around that evidence. You can't get around it.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent. But it's trying to be pinned on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Ouch, right? Completely did not age well, right? One of the things that's so interesting, and again, if you followed this case with me, or you followed not with me, but just followed it, and you saw her time on the stand, very different demeanor, right? In my opinion, this is the real Sarah. And when I say the real Sarah, I believe that Sarah wears several masks, and I think that this is more of her authentic self here. Now, I forgot to say this in the beginning of the video, so let me just go ahead and do that for those that are new. I ain't no therapist, I ain't no psychiatrist, I ain't a cop, I ain't a detective, I'm not a Secret Service agent. I ain't none of that fancy credentialed stuff is what I'm getting at. Only credentials we got up in here is the sofa, which isn't even there, okay? Some sass, and at times some self-diagnosed personality disorders. That's a whole other video, okay? But what I am getting at is these are just my opinions, so I'm not credentialed to be, whatever. This is just, years of watching this stuff and years of hanging out with you on the sofa watching these things here. So just know that or whatever going into it. Now, all that being said, my little disclaimer, the whole thing about the different masks that she wears, it's like she has, as we all do, right? We all have different personas that we put forth, our public one, our family one, whatever, right? However, here where you're seeing her go, basically like, what do I need to do to take care of this? What do I need to do to get the expired coupon taken? Where's the manager? This is the where's the manager moment, right? We've been trying to sell the idea for, what, an hour and a half here, leading up to this moment. We're not getting what we want. Where's the manager? Now we already know. She's talking about this is pinned on me, this and that, and at this point they've shown her the video of her berating him in the suitcase. Now remember, when this first came out, and probably with him as well, here, we don't know what other videos they've seen. We've now seen the other video evidence, okay? It's not good. So imagine if these cops, just the suitcase video alone was bad, right? Imagine if these detectives who we've seen get on the stand had seen the other video evidence that we have seen at this point in this thing. They were looking at her like, girl. Okay, this is bad, right? This is super bad. They're just showing her this. So I would have loved to have known what, like, forensic digital evidence they had seen at this point. Let's keep going.
So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you want.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I guess, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home.
She is so badly trying to ask if she's under arrest without asking if she's under arrest. Now, here's the thing. Most people are not going to find themselves in this scenario here, this exact scenario, right? Of like you have been accused of taking your partner's eye pipe, getting them into a suitcase. I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is it's going to be a normal human, like, self-preservation. You want to know if you're getting arrested, right? That period, end of story. Am I being arrested? Am I being detained? Where are we at, right? Now, that question should have been brought up a while ago with her, okay? I see how this played out. Now, also, who we hear off camera is Kelsey, the detective, the female detective. We've seen her get on the stand. We've all kind of fallen in love with her, right? She just has this like level of snark, okay? And so in this thing right here where she's like, are you trying to ask me how to not get accused of a crime? It's her level of snarkiness is just like next level, right? So with Sarah here, it's so fascinating to see, even in a moment of high stress, because I would argue that this is an incredibly stressful moment for someone in Sarah's shoes. She still has that calculated thing, and if you go back and remember some of the interviews, some of the testimony that we've seen, hearing from George's family where they were like, look, the Sarah you're seeing on the stand is not Sarah. She is very calculating, she's very conniving. You're seeing a facade, basically, right? Those are my words, not George's family's words. And you can clearly see that now. Now, also what we've seen too in this is Sarah is employing the use, treating her son Lucas almost as if he is a device, right? I don't want nothing to happen in front of Lucas. Lucas this, Lucas that, whatever. Well, we've heard testimony from Brian, her ex-husband, and as well as from Sarah's own words, the way that their days would go. And Brian has said, yeah, you know what, we had the split custody, but I would have to call to make sure she was even going to pick him up, and that she just wasn't going to say, you go ahead and keep him for my time. Can't make it today. Now, Sarah would tell you on the stand that this because she might have, a job interview or this or that, but you can piece together her daily activities, and honestly it's probably good that she didn't pick Lucas up. They probably weren't in a state to have a child around, but nonetheless what I'm getting at is you see in these moments of her desperation where she's using him as this device. So you can only imagine what like daily life would be like on a microscopic scale, if you will, and the times where she might have used him to get what she wants.
That's what he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. and I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell them? Like, his parents? It's like, oh, yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know. I'm not saying we're going to go. I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that's public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not,
Matter of time.
you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
No.
So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
Ouch. So, yikes. Again, at this point, we have seen the text message, some of that forensic digital evidence, if you will. Not a cute look for Sarah, okay? Not a cute look. We've seen the way she talks to George's mother. We've seen the way she talks to his family members. It's horrible. It's racist. It's not bad, okay? It's horrible. Again, completely understand. It's kind of bad in her shoes to be like, are you going to tell his family what happened on that video? And this is another little micro confession, if you will, if that's even a thing. I don't know. Maybe that's, I don't know if that's a word, but we're going to use it for this video. She knows it's not good. Okay, now remember, this is almost 5 years before where we're at now, okay? She just was convicted of the crime. She would have you think she's lying to the police officers now. She's basically covering up. She's doing this, she's doing that because she had battered spouse syndrome. She didn't know she was justified, this, that, and the other. She knows that video is bad. You cannot say anything about that video. It speaks for itself in this moment. Like, you have to really cook something up, which she took several years to do, and clearly it didn't work. So you hear the detective like, we're gonna nip this in the bud because you're trying to make it out like we're putting you on Front Street, you know, to do whatever. And you hear Sarah like, well, I mean, that's what you're doing. That's what's gonna happen. If you're that scared of them, I would never speak, even on text message, the way that she did with his mother. Okay, can you imagine being scared of somebody's family and then talking to their mother in the way that she did? Please. You know what I mean? Like, and I get where it's like, well, that's drunk Sarah, but nonetheless, right? What I'm getting at is if something were going to have happened, I think she would have elicited that. If we go based on like the things that she said, you know, she's caused George's brother to attack him, you know, over her claiming that, you know, oh, George hit me, George did this, whatever the case was, right? So she wields this power, but she also doesn't want that to be turned around on herself, right?
I cannot choose.
What are we going to tell them?
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm going to tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. Missy should be here. I don't watch taking so long.
What's coming out to look into.
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional.
She really likes to promise on her son's life. And again, she's just saying everything, what do I need to plan, what I need to plan. I don't know why she just doesn't say, am I being arrested? But I guess she doesn't want to put the idea in their mind, maybe. I'm not sure. Now you see the detective here, she's pregnant. She's obviously, if you've watched this before, she coughs the entire time. Yeah, she's not feeling good is what we're getting at. Now, one thing that is of interest that I think that I'm finding here, and y'all help me out through this in the comment section. Okay, so remember how Sarah was talking about like, oh, well, the detective told me to call her. So I called called her and was like, hey girl, when am I getting that phone back? And she's like, well, hey girl, I'm pregnant and sick. Why don't you come down here? And you had that whole conversation with the detective saying, that part never happened. I never said that. Like, I never, whatever it was about, like, come down here because I'm pregnant, I don't feel good. Like, whatever the interaction was. But you just heard Sarah say, do I call you like last time? Which was clearly just a way to see if they're gonna, like, she's filling them out to see if she's gonna be free, you know, that kind of a thing. And she's like, yep. My phone's an open line. So I'm like, she's agreeing that she called, like the way I took that was she agrees that she called her. So again, help me out here is, but she could also be talking about just the phone line to the office. I'm kind of answering my question as I go because I was like, maybe she really did do that phone call. Now, who knows what was said on it, right? But she could also be meaning she, the detective, is referring to the office phone. I don't know, right? I just thought that part was kind of like a little bit funky where the detective is like, you know, oh no, I didn't say that or do that or whatever it was. And I mean, oftentimes we see where the detectives will be like, here's my cell phone. If you have more information, call. You know, and of course, Sarah's blowing their phone up. Hey, I feel like y'all are tricking me, you know, were you doing this or that? You know what I mean? Like just completely telling on herself, right? That's the whole thing that I find confusing. Now, does it matter? No, it's not here or there, because if you follow me, you'll know I've stated I feel like the detectives in this case did a great job and they did what they had to do in the way they had to do it to lessen the risk of fleeing, self-harm, and harm to others in a situation like this where they know they're going to arrest her, right? They've seen the evidence. It's a wrap.
I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
Okay.
I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
She is absolutely not giving Sarah what she wants, and you know it's driving Sarah crazy. It would anybody who's trying to get information out of the person, right? She will not, it's documented. I mean, she's so flippant, right? You know what I'm saying? The detective, right? She just has this like, yeah. And what was interesting is meeting her again years later, that's just like her demeanor, right? I think I said in the live chat where she has this like quintessential kind of pouty, like, you know, that just really works for what she's doing. Like almost like you can tell she's one of those people that can easily separate herself from work to be like, we've got this, it's highly, you know, maybe emotional or whatever. And she can very much just be like, but also they know. Again, the evidence speaks for itself. Sarah's tried to talk her way out of this where it's like, honey, I mean, your boyfriend's saying he can't breathe. You're laughing at him and cussing at him, and then you go fall asleep. And then want to talk about what a tragic incident it was for you finding him that way, right? Going back over it again, so we know now, right, that their lawyers went with this BSS syndrome, you know, battered spouse syndrome, self-defense, all these variations of this. What we've seen in this video here where she starts off, it was an accident, not intentional, so on and so forth. Okay, so that being said, looking back over the whole thing, like in these moments, whatnot, where she's like trying to get this information and trying to do this and trying to do that, I cannot believe, and this is the psychological part that fascinates me, how convinced she was that she was gonna walk, to the point that she turned down a sweet deal at the last minute after 15 years that they offered her, I should say. And just this evidence alone, before you even get to the text messages, before you even get to all the other video evidence, just this interrogation, seeing this, you know, her lawyers were like, there's no way. And you can clearly see now where the breakdown occurred, why she went through 9 lawyers.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
No telling.
What did you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit is got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop.
Okay.
But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
As soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm trying to make Lucas happy. Again, I get it. Anybody would be squirming. Anybody would be wanting to find out, am I going to get arrested? 100%. That's like, I feel you, Sarah, okay? 100% get it. But watching what we know now, and it's like sitting here and I'm like, girl, you ain't ever getting that phone back. I mean, look at what she went through in court trying to get her hands on it. She so desperately wanted to get her hands on that phone. Whatever evidence, and not whatever evidence, we now know she thought the videos that they showed that she took were going to seal the deal. She was so disconnected. She had zero awareness that those videos would make her look even worse, right? In her mind, she probably thinks that the suitcase, even though she's saying it's bad, I could see her being able to convince herself, no, this shows that I'm a victim. She did. She tried to address it. Well, while he was upside down, I wanted to take the opportunity to talk to him. And I'm like, talk to him? You were screaming and cussing and mocking him in the most slurred, drunken voice you could conjure up. But she somehow twisted it to think that it was going to work for her.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Mm-hmm.
The silence is so awkward. So awkward. Now remember, they're waiting on the person to come down and do the nail swabs, right? They heard that part too, where she's like, it doesn't matter, there's nothing on it anyways. And it's like, well, girl, you said that about your phone. I mean, look at the one thing they found, right? They're gonna want to look at it.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know. I can't. Like, I don't know what to tell you, though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's, yeah, you might want to, or yeah, you might want to.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
we told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
But that, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad. Like, which I swore on my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Okay.
Going forward with this, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
Well, I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
Y'all, it is 9:22 a.m. here. It's too early for this cringe. I didn't know the cringe was going to be even worse, like, now, you know what I'm saying? Like, now that she's been convicted, like, we know, okay, like, the looming thing is hanging over her head, and that we've seen her on the stand and all that. Again, what's really sticking out to me, this is how much she's relying on her son as an excuse. Now, we've also heard testimony as well at this point of the way she would get, like, bills paid, like, you know, okay, Brian, well, you know, we can't pay the hot water. You want Lucas to have hot water? You know, you need to pay the bill. You know, this was, again, he was a device. I'm not saying she didn't have some kind of genuine love for him, maybe. I don't know her. I don't know any of them personally. I can't say. I'm not some psychotherapist, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But just from, like, the spidey sense or whatever, I'm like, I'm sure she loved her son on some level. But I'm sure, like everybody else in her life, she used them as a tool, as a mechanism, as a form or a currency of manipulation.
So you guys, I guess you're going to call me tomorrow? Or do we need to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm going to call you next.
Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
No.
What report?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then...
No, I'm talking about his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing our follow-up, but...
She's looking at him again tomorrow.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending for other stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done for now.
Oh, you're done. Now we're on the right track, girl. You're done. What's that TikTok sound? Oh, you're done. Yeah. Okay. Again, it's like, you know, it's like watching a train wreck. It's so cringy because, you know, and like, notice how careful they're being with what they say. Sarah would have you think that they're these super tricky, divisive and all that, and they're being very careful with their words, talking about, when will we see you again? It'll be me you talk to again next. They are not saying, but again, they need to get this stuff off her nails. They have to keep the situation de-escalated. You know, it is what it is.
How long does this stuff take to get back? The
Most
FGLE
of that
results?
you won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
But I'll know about it?
Sorry. Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone, and I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
Only now does she say, she offers, I miss him a lot. How deep are we into this, right? Like almost 2 hours, okay? At this point, I'm like, just stop saying that. I'm like, I would be praying for the nail person to come in, right? Like, this is so painful. I would like to think that both detectives are blowing her up. Like, get your butt in here. Like, this is like, she's not gonna talk. We've hit a stalemate. We've hit the wall. She's not saying anything. But again, notice only now do we start seeing this, like, you know, I miss him. No, she doesn't. On to the next, I'm sure.
I mean,
No more.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too. I know.
No, just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I had no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
It's feeding and penning.
Ouch. I mean, you see the way they just walk her into it. She won't say because, again, I don't think she really... For Sarah, so here's the thing. Watching what we've watched now, she can't, probably in her world, she can't really say why she did it because the answer is so vile, right? And it's so much deeper than, George did blank, he got 5 in the Samsonite, right? Shoulder pads ignite, 5 in the Samsonite, okay, literally. That is like how this whole case is gone, okay? She can't say that, right? Because it's way more layered than that, okay? The evidence that we saw in the videos, the time of her we saw on the stand, which she was lying through her teeth on the stand, this whole thing about I was fearful, all that video evidence shows a very aggressive human being towards George at very random times, like where it's just like, that's just how she is. And so to me, the reasoning why she put him in the suitcase, why she left him, because I do think that I don't think he got in there on his own, maybe physically, but I do not think they played hide and seek and he ran and got in the suitcase is what I'm getting at. I think she manipulated him. You better get in there or else. George, we're gonna do this activity or I'm gonna do this, and used her weapon, the phone, recording him like we saw. So that's what I'm getting at when I say she forced him in there, whatever. That's what I mean by it's so much more layered. It goes into so much of a depth of levels of abuse that she was inflicting on him. It's not as simple as shoulder pads unite, 5 in the Samsonite. It's way more layered than that. That's what I'm getting at. I keep repeating myself and I apologize. So that's what's interesting watching it now, is because I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, she can't say. And because that's her way of life, it's just what she seems to, how she takes up space in her world, how she maneuvers through the world, and again, her currency in the world. She probably doesn't see anything wrong with that. And she can't say, well, she let it slip a little bit earlier. Well, I figured I'd give him 5 in there. That's where I got that, 5 in the Samsonite. It was a form of punishment, but she had various forms. For example, I feel like one of the punishments was waking him up at 1:20 a.m. The video we saw of him sleeping in the hallway. She had call your daughters. That's another form of punishment. Ripping his birth certificate up. All these things that she did to isolate this man were that. So in this moment right here, she can't sit here and say, oh, he tried to hit me so blank. I left him in there and went to bed, and in her world, it's what wasn't intentional. But most people don't arrive at that moment, Sarah. Most people don't play hide and seek drunk, and when their partner says, I can't breathe, oh my God, let me out, laugh at them. But she's not capable of talking her way out of that, because you can't talk your way out of it. Let's keep going.
The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me.
The silence is killing me, but I want it to be there. It's like I want to experience, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like re-experiencing this, like every moment of it. The fact that she says, the fact that you guys assume that I'm that type person. Well, what do you want us to think? It's interesting if you look at how separate she sees herself from the action. Now I get, does that action define her life? No, right? I mean, well, kind of now at this point. But you see what I'm saying? Where I get where it's like, okay, people are more multifaceted than I did this one thing. I did this mistake over here, or whatever the case is, right? But this one has such deep implications to it, is what I'm getting at. And again, the fact that she's just like, that y'all would think that, I would do that. Like, you don't even know me. I mean, what are they supposed to think?
What time is it, please? 4:46. In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Now, here's the thing that's interesting. I mean, you hear this punishment enough. She hints at these things throughout, which is, you could go in 2 different directions, because if you look at the defenses she went with, which was, well, she didn't know. She was afraid that she would get in trouble. She didn't know that she was justified, so she was lying. She was trying to hide this and that. I'm more of the frame of mind of the guilty conscience. You know what I mean? I know what I did was wrong. I know that this absolutely not. This is completely bizarre. That you don't lock your captor up and berate them and then go upstairs and go to sleep thinking they're going to come up there and then turn around and say you were afraid they were going to kill you. No, right? Her level of trying to pick at these cops, it's killing her. One thing that's fascinating with this, and one reason why I'm enjoying, well, not enjoying, but why I'm just letting the whole thing play, is watching her in these moments of silence, because there's a lot of stress going on for her. There's a lot of probably anxiety. I'm guessing like a feeling of out of control. This is a woman who's always in control, always driving the ship, always doing all the things, right? This unknowing is making her unhinged, okay? And it's so awkward. I'm just like, oh my gosh. And again, the cops are just kind of, I mean, I get that they're more used to residing in a moment of anxiety like this. And these awkward, they know what's getting ready to happen. type things, but nonetheless, it's so completely like off the scales with cringe for me.
I think that's why I haven't slept, because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention.
This is fine. I'll just look over texture. Well, that would be very random. I was like, I literally heard the beep, and I was like, that would be really weird.
The fact that she like keeps following up with that I haven't slept, that right there says something. It all works. It's like, yeah, you're guilty. You feel bad, right? But again, psychologically speaking, it's fascinating to see how much her universe revolves just around her. Of course, like, we're all human beings, right? Of course, we're going to be the center of our own universe. I get that. But like, the part, I guess, that I find like extra with her is that she's using these tactics that probably work with her on people that she knows are in the general public, which is, I'm the victim, feel bad for me, look at how hard I have it, whatever. And she's trying to employ this on these detectives, and especially at this stage where I'm like, honey, you should take the temperature. Like, they're done, okay? Do not say one more word to these people. Do not try and talk your way out of it. Do not say anything else. This is just going to be very, very bad for you continuing forth.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Punishment in itself.
Yeah. Definitely a tragic situation.
I am through with alcohol. And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm.
I might make the thumbnail nonetheless. I mean, I cannot. I forgot about this part. Again, I have to live without him. I'm done with alcohol. Making bargains with God and the cops. If you just let me get away with it this time, I won't do it again. Imagine if she walked out. I guess she thinks if she makes them feel bad enough for her, they're going to let her go, right? And again, no, but like, she doesn't know, right? I mean, I'll give her that. It's this kind of like, I guess one thing that I would have asked at a certain point, which again, from the ease of the sofa, I get it. Am I free to go? Like, that's really all she needs to say is, am I free to go? Like, are we done? Like, can I leave after this? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's this whole topsy-turvy thing, and she's trying to make him feel bad, this and the other. And again, it's stupid things like, I'm done with alcohol. Stupid stuff like this happens. And again, to wrap it up, an excuse now on the stand of, I was scared, so I was lying. Really? It doesn't seem like that. This doesn't seem like covering up for your abuser or covering up to avoid, like, no matter what, he's dead. No matter what, there's evidence of you assisting in this, doing this, like, turning your back on him. So that part right there, I'm like, what, where do you think you're going to go with this at this point?
Yeah, his daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel.
Okay, let's stop there before we get into this part. Are you trying to make it worse? I love how he just said that. Yeah, his daughters too. And then Sarah, are you trying to make it worse? I mean, it's just, I don't know if I've ever seen an interrogation this unhinged in this way, okay? Just someone so dismissive as her, so self-centered as her. Poor George. I understand that this was not a good relationship going both ways, right? I get it, okay? What we have seen that she put this man through, because remember, she controlled everything, right? She had the house, she got the money from Brian, she was controlling everything. She had all of George's documents. She got them for him and controlled them. He was beholden to her. She could have said, this man makes me unhappy. It's time to end this at any moment, right? Not to say that he wasn't maybe coming back or doing this. I get it, right? Two to tango in many situations. But this is just, you can tell, she doesn't give two you-know-whats that this man is gone. Unless it's trying to pivot sorry for herself in this moment.
Make sure you take your photos. So I'm just going to take your swab and go around on one hand and then do the separate one for your other hand. Okay? Right hand.
One thing that I think with these, things like this that we watch with the workers and whatnot, and we're just going to let this play for a minute while she's continuing this. So a couple of things. First of all, the little bag stuff that they do where it's like this big brown bag for this, it's very ASMR to me, you know what I mean? But secondly, like this young lady coming in here to do Sarah's fingernails, I'm watching her and I'm like, I wonder if like in her mind, not Sarah's, but the young lady, the police person, if she's like, okay, I got to stop at the grocery store today. Things that you normally, like any of us like at work or whatever, go over in our heads. Like if she's doing that, but I'm like, does she know, like, does she even know any, like, thing of what's going on with Sarah or whoever might happen to be there? Or is it just like, nope, this is my job, I'm coming up, I'm doing a swab and whatnot. Now we know also at this point that when they did they ran all this stuff or whatever, in the trial that came out where it was like, well, there's no DNA and this and that. Remember, Sarah has had, a bit of a day, if you will, to have washed hands, we hope at least, right? Things of this nature. Also remember that George had marks on his back, and she said, oh, I know what those are from. Those are from adult activities. So I'm not sitting here saying she's making that up or this or that, or that it's weird she didn't have any of his DNA in her nails or things like that, because she could have very well washed that away, whatever it was. But nonetheless, at this point in time for Sarah, I would think it's getting very real with this going on in this moment.
We will talk a little bit. Thank you. Okay. I'm done with all these. Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free to go. Okay. Oh, do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we've talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you've said today. Everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Ouch. Okay, y'all, buckle your damn seatbelts up for a boatload of cringe, because here we go. Okay, it's all come down to this moment, okay? The way that Kelsey was like standing up, like, okay, Sarah, well, you're not free to go. Sarah was like, but she knew it was good. She's been hinting around this whole time, right? But no, look, this gives me goosebumps, right? This moment, like, of, I don't know if you want to call it justice or just satisfaction of seeing, like, especially now, all that we've seen, all that we've gone through, we've finally heard from his family, we've seen the videos, he's told his story, right? And this is one thing that kind of attracts me to true crime, is when we see for the victims and whatnot, especially when the perpetrators who, like anybody who would do something like this, they don't want to go to prison, they want to get away with it, right? Of course they do. But when we see these moments that come through in these cases where it's like the victim victim is talking from the grave. They're telling their story. They're telling us what to do and what to look at. And, you know, granted, I get it. Sarah's the one who recorded these videos. But nonetheless, it's like when we go full circle, when we first were introduced to this video, we didn't know all that stuff. We didn't see all that stuff. We knew this was not like, we knew it was bad. We didn't know how bad it was, how much abuse this man had suffered at her hands. So to see this moment with this detective who's like, yeah, you're not free to go. Doesn't matter how many ways you ask me. Doesn't matter. Okay, you ain't going home, girl.
Why?
Because anytime we talk to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we've talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
It's not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay.
Okay, like I said, here we go. She's doing it. She's doing it. She's doing it. She's getting ready to arrest her. She's getting ready to arrest her, y'all. This is the moment. This is the moment. Again, not intentional. That's all she knows to say. I really feel like a couple of things. I wish they had done her Google searches, because I felt like she stayed on Google the whole night and was like, she latched onto that word, right? The same way as when we saw her on the stand, where she was like, you know, split second decision. I was like, she's researched this. She sat there at the table with the book, with the battered spouse syndrome book, looking up like, what do I need to say? You know what I'm saying? So it makes this even more satisfying.
Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
I love that part. Why is this happening? Because George is dead. Look at the damn video, right? It's that level of... Also, I'm jumping around here. I mean, literally, this has me pressed, y'all. Think of his family watching this, his daughters, right? Imagine his daughters seeing this woman who, we've seen how she talked to him. We've seen what Sarah said. Sitting here, why is this happening? Really? I mean, and I get, like, if you're in Sarah's shoes, you would be, I mean, I understand that, where you would be, like, trying to question it. You're not wanting to go, you know, to jail. I get that. But it's just, it blows my mind. Blows my mind. Okay, let's finish watching this moment of satisfaction. I won't interrupt. That's why you're...
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to
understand
call
that.
Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick?
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
this a
trick.
trick? I'm in here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were read your rights.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
I have to go through that.
Doesn't matter. He's still dead. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys?
Really.
So if I didn't show up?
Really? Really? So if I didn't show up, we would come to your house and get you. Not we would just forget about it. Can someone call Brian? Not intentionally. This is the thing with this right here. And you know, one of the thoughts that came to my mind watching this, I was like, what a hard life that must be. To have gone through life somehow maneuvering, getting what you want and whatnot, and then to hit a place where your back is against the wall. You can't talk your way out of it. You can't manipulate your way out of it, right? Now, she was able to drag it out for year after year, you know, but you saw how that ended. When you're able, or however, like, whatever you want to call it, where she was unable to live her life this way, whatever, and then you arrive in this moment where you finally are told no, where you're finally told something whatever. That's a tough life right there. But you know what? Guess whose life was tougher? George, who's still alive. You know what I'm saying?
Why is this happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right?
Correct. We were done. We are done. There's no lie there. Where's the lie? Right? I love this. Yep. That's correct. We are done. Any other questions? Do you want the manager? We are not accepting those coupons today, Sarah. Those are expired. Shoulder pads, retreat. This is a wrap.
Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will...
Someone needs to call Brian.
Okay.
Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home.
Lucas, wait for Mom to come home. Honey, you probably, if you had been left to your own devices, would have just left him at school and told Brian to get him. You know what I'm saying? Like, the level of manipulation. Look at how she's looking at him. Not intentional. She's looking at him right now. You're getting 10 in the Samsonite when I get out of here, buddy. You mark my words, and it will be an overhead size.
This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Not right now, no. You'll be afforded a time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance probably by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
Oh, the things we know that they didn't know them. You'll get an attorney. Yeah, about 9 of them. How long does it take? 5 years. So there's nothing I can do. No, absolutely not. Someone needs to call Brian. The things we know, the things we have lived through vicariously through this, looking at this now, where she is just blindsided. You know, absolutely feels manipulated by them, absolutely feels tricked. Zero concept that what she did was wrong. Literally thinks because in her world it was an accident, that just let me go home. I promise I won't drink for a week. We'll take a week off the club. You know what I'm saying? We'll take a week off the club. We'll be back next weekend, just not this weekend. And then we'll act like nothing happened, okay?
I had a sneaky suspicion this was going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please.
How's she?
You all checked me down here.
Absolutely did not.
I just got those.
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes as I go.
That hit hard right there. I just got those. Oh, she is ticked. She is. You heard her. She does really believe. And I have no doubt that they probably got tricky to get her down there. But again, it's like, what do you want them to do? Hey, Sarah, we're going to arrest you. Could you come on down here? Imagine she might be the type to take Lucas hostage. You know what I'm saying? Or hit the, like, you don't know, right? I mean, I want to put anything past her. Yeah, we've seen it all. We've absolutely seen it all. So it's like, well, yeah, they're going to have to do what they have to do. But again, it's just like, look at the video. Like, that's the part that blows my mind, is it's just like on the video, I mean, what do you think people would think? And I mean, they asked for that question. Again, she just goes back to not intentional. I heard her also say, I had a sneaking suspicion this would happen. Why? Remember, looking back to the filter, battered spouse syndrome, I lied to the cops, I was afraid I'd get in trouble, all this stuff. You see it coming through here, her personality. Again, imagine that these were 2 retail workers at the grocery store who had just refused her coupons. Or worse yet, tried to ID her for a jug of wine and she left her ID at the house. Please. Wrath of Satan would come out.
What? Am I good on that? She is fucked up.
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
You'll be fine where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones. You'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down in there, get booked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
area.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
I don't know. It depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I probably would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby. It's a free phone call.
All I'm doing is bring you there, sign the paper, and you're going to do it.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, am I going to be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Okay.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. And you'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like he's saying, is if you don't
If
act
you go
up,
in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would
cursing
I
at
do
people,
that?
I don't know.
Now, this is the other part. So, I mean, this is a transport officer. That's all she's doing, right? It's like, girl, whatever. They're being very nice, and understandably, anyone in this scenario is going to be panicked, right? I get that. I'll give Sarah that, right? She's panicky. She's, you know, what do we do? How do we do this? But then that part, like here, where she already starts with the demands. Can you imagine? I mean, we saw some of the behavioral records, right, from the jail. Can you imagine what she was like in that first thing there? Now, she knows enough to reel it in, to not be thrown in the ninja suit, the turtle outfit, you know, in a padded cell or whatever. So she knows to keep it together to some degree. But also, I mean, we've seen over the years where it's just like she treats this like she is the customer, and there's that. And honestly, she's gonna have a very rude awakening when she gets sent off to state, because she's just had these little mishaps. You heard her, well, last time I had a panic attack. She's just going a little drunk tank. You know what I'm saying? Drying out, getting out, whatever. She's state property now. She's not Sarah Boone. She's a number. Okay? They don't care, right? They're not. She is a convicted murderer with a state number. They don't care about her at this point. They're not going to put up with her drama. They're just not. She might be able to, she'll find whatever she can manipulate, she will, obviously, right? But this is vastly different from county jail where she's been, where they have to literally, because remember, in county jail, she's not convicted yet, right? So there's a certain level of liability there in the county, in the state at that point, whatever you want to call it. You know, if we mess up and this person's not guilty, whatever, I mean, this is major, you know what I mean? So now I'm not trying to say, oh, they can bend over backwards and whatnot. Obviously, there's enough evidence there. I mean, I get this, right? But nonetheless, she's going to have a very, very rough time, a very, very rough go at it, I personally think, seeing what we have seen of her.
I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this.
So I ask for the big bay?
No, they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack on those little things.
Hey, change the cuffs.
Go stand up.
I have not.
So what am I going to do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
Your purse is going to come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too, my bad.
Oh no, it's all good. Mine are the opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this?
Uh-huh.
George is dead.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did? Okay.
So I could have done it willingly.
Yes, absolutely.
What made y'all decide to do this? I knew you were going to do this. Look at the power she tries to take back. Right, where she tries to get it back. We saw her do this in the stand as well with the state attorney, where she would do these little power plays. Here's the thing, and again, I've said this if you've been following me for multiple cases, but especially this one. When you see a defendant like Sarah who will take zero accountability, now I get right here, this is fresh, this is new, whatever. Years later, she's just doubled down, right, and just found every way to say that this was not my fault, or this is why I did it, and you should feel sorry for arresting me for it. I get that, but right here, where she's trying to get out, I knew you were going to do this. Okay, well, why? Did you do something wrong? You know, why is this happening? Because George is dead. And then the next thing out of her mouth, well, I knew you were going to do this. Well, then why are you asking me why we're here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. But in her world, I think it's more important to her to be right, to gain power, to gain control, to do this, to do that, than logic is.
We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on. Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I need to I don't know if it's able to be or not.
I apologize.
No.
I have things in my car that I need to.
Okay.
Put your purse like that.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
Well, again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse, and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy, and that you will be afforded to see somebody. Okay?
All done?
Yes, ma'am. Let's say no. My bad.
No.
I always expect there to be one last, like the closing line on the thing, not intentionally, and then the lights shut off like a theatrical play or something. That's it. Okay, so let's just talk about it, right? Now let's talk about this last clip we watched first. So there's stuff in my car. I need medication. It's panic attacks. She probably has like what, you know, Xanax or whatever you take, you know, those kind of things, whatever. Sure, Sarah, go grab that. We'll wait up here for you. Or even worse, like, oh, we'll go get you your Xanax or whatever she's got in there that she wants. Yeah, but again, she's already starting in with this stuff. And I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we saw the Adelsons do this, worried about medication. This is a normal concern. So I'm not trying to single her out in this scenario, whatever. You know, it's just with her, I have this thing or whatever. I don't know. Again, watching this a second time and watching the interview and going back over making videos of it again at various parts throughout the trial, you know, in the recent times is what I'm getting at. Some key elements that stick out to me, and I've said them throughout, but we'll just go back over them a little bit here. Number one, the absolute zero accountability. You know, now again, I understand in her position, you don't want to admit to something, you don't want to say something, whatever. She talks and talks and talks and talks. She has no problem talking, right? It's in the wrong way. She would now have us believe that this was all a facade. That she was a battered spouse who had done something in order to survive, and she didn't know that what she did was justified, so she lied this whole time. That's her excuse, right? When we first saw this, we did not see the videos of her berating George for sleeping outside the bedroom door. We did not see the videos of her telling him to repeat words over and over. We did not see the racist comments that she texted to his mother and family and the horrible things that she said. We didn't see her texting his family and saying, I'm going to get rid of George, and how horrible her life is with him. All of the things, okay, we had not seen yet. We just saw this video. Now we've seen them again, right? So going back over it, there's a level of depravity with her that, you know, I question with a lot of these defendants, even ones who do certain things, because this is a little bit different than, I can't think of his name right now, Doberman, the guy who took a gun and gunned down his entire family, all his sons, pulled one out of his wife's hands. This is different, right? Not saying better or worse, whatever, but we're talking about a different kind of taking someone's life, okay? That's what I'm getting at. There's also another level of depravity here, because I felt like what we saw with this case with Sarah was almost like this. If she could have had it her way, she wouldn't want George to be dead. She would want to be able to slowly torture him over time, which in my opinion, torture is the word. The evidence that we saw was this like slow just torture. Now I get, is it the same thing as we see, you know, no, right? I'm not trying to alleviate someone who's been through something horrible in that way of like true like torture, but what I'm talking about is just the way she controlled him, the way she owned him. I've said this over and over. I'm like, she talks about him like he's a pet, like he's a kid, like he's a dog. You know, I would venture to say she probably treated her dogs better than George. We heard the way she talked to him. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And now that we know more, because like at this time we didn't know the baseball bat thing, right? So we're sitting here watching her, knowing, she knows at this point what went down that night, right? She remembers. We know there's injuries, there's a baseball bat involved, there's this and that. So she's sitting here, has the gall. What is this? Why are we doing this? That wasn't intentional. Was the baseball bat intentional? And especially at this point, we've heard the state say, we don't have to believe her hide and seek story. The evidence supports that he went down those stairs outside of the suitcase. She probably attacked him with the bat outside of the suitcase. And I agree. I think that's what happened. I think that it was a very violent attack outside of the suitcase. So knowing that and then seeing this right here, I mean, come on, right? It's 10 times worse. The utter surprise on her of what's this happening for? Seriously? Seeing her need to control is fascinating, and watching it from this moment of desperation to a very methodical, thought out control manipulation that we saw throughout the court case and on the trial, fascinating, because this panicky, disorganized, more angry version of her, I think is the more realistic Sarah. And then we have the other side that was presenting this way. I don't think she has the patience level to deal with people in a nice way. I think the second she doesn't get what she wants, this is what we see. And on the videos that she recorded is what we see. What we saw in the trial was a very, I'm having to be in my P's and Q's, and she could barely keep that together with the state. You know, you saw it poking its head through because she just can't let them win. She just can't not have that right last word. She can't be wrong. She has to be right. She has to take control and to take power. And I believe that that is what she did with George. And it was a collision course that was bound to end in this way. I've said this in my other videos, and I'll end this with this. I think that those people who knew them personally, George's family, probably Brian, they saw this crash coming. They didn't know what the crash was going to look like, which car would strike first, who the survivors would be, what long-term injury, you know, all that stuff, right, with the analogy. But nonetheless, they saw it coming. It was bound to happen. We just didn't know how, and sadly it happened in this way. George somehow, for some reason, was made, and I'll say was made, I do believe she made him get in the suitcase, and he was then mocked. He was then laughed at, he was struck, he was beaten, and he sat there and slowly died in the coffin that Sarah made for him. She is right where she belongs. I think it will take her decades to ever make any kind of a change or take accountability for her actions. So I think the judge is going to throw the book at her. I think he is going to read her to filth, as the kids might say. Okay. So that is it. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. At this time, we do not have a sentence yet, so we're going to still be following her. We're 100%, we're going to be following her over the years. She will be in the headlines. We haven't heard the rest of it. I very much would love to hear from jurors. I'd very much love to hear from his family. So we'll see. But that's it. Let me know what you think downstairs in the comment section below. If you could drop a little sofa for myself, Roscoe in spirit, Bo and Luke are at home being babysat, so that my little family over here can come down to the little family in the comment section and hang out until we do meander our way down there to hang out and do all that. We'll see y'all soon. I just wanted to say thank you again for watching the whole video, and also thank you for being part of the Sofa Squad. Special thanks to all the Patreon members, channel members from both of my channels, everybody who likes, shares, subscribes, comments in the comment sections. It helps the channel out so much. Now don't forget, I do have that other channel, the podcast channel. That's where we go live, we hang out, we talk. We have kind of sort of a schedule, but just be sure and check it out. I'll put it up here on the screen. Also, if you're looking for merch, be sure to check out my Teespring store. I'll put that up here. And then, like I said in the beginning of the video, if you want to follow me and Roscoe on the Instagram, go on, check it out. It's right here on the screen again. But once again, thank you very much. I really appreciate you being part of the Sofa Squad, and I'll see you in the next video.